Good afternoon. I'd like to continue with the Planning Advisory Committee. First item on the agenda is UNIAC Secondary Planning Strategy, the final report by Debbie, and you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to let PAC members know that if you want a hard copy of the UNIAC Secondary Planning Strategy, we can print one off for you, okay? So the purpose of the UNIAC Secondary Planning Strategy is to provide a detailed policy framework for the regulation and development within the UNIAC Secondary Planning Strategy study area. And so we just have a map, satellite image here showing the study area in the yellow and the growth management area here in the red. So we're talking about demographics first. The UNIAC Secondary Planning Strategy study area has approximate population of 4,333 people, according to the 2023 Business Analyst information. And that's in 1,830 households, equaling approximately 2.4 persons per household. It is expected the population in the study area will continue to grow based on the historic growth rates. Population projections based on historic census trends for the UNIAC, ROD, and ADA indicates that population is expected to grow by just over 3% every census period, so that's every 5-year period. The median household income for 2023 was approximately $93,000, and 36% of Mount UNIAC residents between the ages of 25 to 64 years of age have a secondary education. Residents in the UNIAC Secondary Planning Strategy study area tend to commute out of their community for work. Some history. So in the late 1700s, a rough road connected Halifax to Windsor. The road was known as the Great Western Road. The government of the day granted land to families who came and settled in the area. One of the settlers to build his summer home along the Great Western Road was Richard John Uniacke, who started construction on his home in 1813, and that's where we get the name Mount Uniacke. In 1858, the railway cut through the region, bringing the Dominion Atlantic Railway Station to Mount Uniacke and additional employment opportunities. In 1859, a hotel was built in the community. It was owned and run by many families over the years and was destroyed by fire in 1936. Gold was found in 1865, and within 3 years, the mining industry was in full operation and the entire town had appeared. The town comprised of homes, hotels, stores, saloons, a school, and a community hall. When the Uniacke gold mines were at their peak, approximately 500 people lived in the Uniacke Gold District. By the 1930s, only a handful of residents remained, and after the last mining company withdrew, the last families left the community, and some 30 families brought their homes from the Uniacke gold mines and transplanted them to other properties around Mount Uniacke. Buildings in Mount Uniacke were not elaborate. One repeated feature in many of the early houses was a little dormer window, as shown here on the Pence House drawing, so that little dormer window. So for Lakelands, according to Lakelands Development Company, Lakelands was home to one of the oldest and largest estates in Nova Scotia, being settled between 1764 and 68. Subsequently, the land was purchased in 1908 by Mr. C.H. McClare for the purpose of developing Lakelands into a village. The village plan for Lakelands was developed similarly to the current East Hants Comprehensive Development Districts. So they had actually made a plan which included elements such as a school, an inn, a hall, a library, a railway station, houses, cottages, camps, and agricultural lands. And this is one version of that Lakelands plan here. And we actually have in the planning department another version, slightly different of this plan hanging on our wall. Unfortunately, the plan was never realized and the property owner moved back to Massachusetts, but it is interesting that a plan was developed for the area to show it as a village. And the only building that remains from this time is the church in the area. The manor house that had been there burned down. In 1976, the first modern land use plan was adopted for the community of Mount Uniacke. The Uniacke District Municipal Development Plan was prepared by the Provincial Department of Municipal Affairs for the municipality of East Hants. The 1976 plan discussed the shallow and poor draining soils in the Uniacke area and identified septic tank problems as one of the reasons for the plan. The other issue that the other thing that they decided that they needed a plan for was the growth in the community. A Department of Environment report at the time identified Uniacke Lake as a potential water supply for the area and indicated that Uniacke Lake, North Uniacke Lake, and Murphy Lake should be monitored to prevent pollution of the lakes. Comments from the Department of Environment also concluded that Little Indian, Deep, Fales, and 15-minute chain lengths could potentially supply water to a population of 13,000 people in the Uniacke District. The objectives of the Uniacke District Municipal development plan were not dissimilar to the purpose of the current UNIAC secondary planning strategy study, with the objectives of the 1976 plan including encouraging development to take place in existing built-up areas in a planned way to discourage scattered or urban development, improve the feasibility of installing central services, improve the chances of acquiring better community facilities, and maintain the rural character through the remainder of the district. Now we'll just talk about consultation. So as part of the UNIAC SPS process, East Hants engaged with the community to hear what was important to residents. The consultation included a resident survey where 470 responses were received, and that equals about 10% of the population in the study area. So an open house and a public information meeting were also held in the summer of 2024 to give residents an opportunity to comment on the direction of the plan. The majority of residents who attended the public open house and information meeting were interested in recreational opportunities for the community. Residents expressed their wishes for a recreation facility and asked if there would be more opportunities for pickleball and other sports in the future. Discussion around the park development and lakelands was also held, and there was interest in the UNIAC secondary planning strategy groundwater study and future development potential in the UNIAC SPS area. Discussion regarding regulations on development around the Sackville River was held, and discussion on proposed development on a 900-acre parcel of land was discussed, and questions about the timelines for the development process were discussed. Survey results and feedback from the community members who attended the public information meeting were used to prepare background reports for the UNIAC secondary planning strategy. Throughout this process, background topic papers have been posted on the municipal website for review of interested community members, and we've had comments and calls from community members, and we've directed them to the website. So this here, as part of the review, we also did suitability analysis. So what we did is identified in the community the study area, which is in yellow, the growth management area, and then we identified lands that were designated as open space lands or that were owned by the province as open space lands, lands owned by Halifax Water, lands that were currently developed in the dark gray here, lands that had proposed development applications on them, and we identified wetlands, and you can't tell from the small map here, but if you look in here, there are the abandoned mine openings in the two UNIAC Gold districts, and then there are little pit and quarry markers here in just some of the areas showing where either current pit and quarries are or former pit and quarries, and we also have the school here in the middle. So just to help us identify what's happening in the community. So our first topic will be housing. The UNIAC area has traditionally had low-density housing with large lots to allow for on-site services. As part of the consultations, residents were asked what housing form they preferred in their community. And although single-unit development was the preferred housing option, there was a selection of residents who indicated that missing middle housing is required to support an aging population and to support younger community residents who wish to start their lives close to home. And a number of seniors responded to the survey and indicated that they were interested in housing that would allow them to age in place. So they wanted to stay in the community, but have something that was one level and maybe smaller than their current homes. To allow gentle density to occur, a groundwater study was completed to determine the availability of potable water resources in the study area. And the UNIAC secondary planning strategy groundwater study concluded that there is sufficient groundwater recharge within the UNIAC SPS study area to meet the needs of over 22,800 homes and 54,000 people. In the context of the UNIAC secondary planning strategy, we also talk about gentle density and missing middle housing. So gentle density refers to the mixture of single unit dwellings, 2-unit dwellings, townhouses, and small multiplexes with 8 dwelling units or less in a neighborhood. Council intends to enable the development of housing through the use of a new comprehensive development district. So that was one of the background reports that we had. And the new Mount UNIAC Comprehensive Development District designation and zone could be requested by developers with comprehensive proposals for new housing developments in Mount UNIAC Growth Management Area. The new zone would allow for a variety of low to medium density residential development options while ensuring that multiple unit lots are an appropriate size for well and septic systems. It also allows council to ensure development happens where appropriate connectivity to existing road networks can be achieved and increased density would be in close proximity to existing commercial, institutional, recreational facilities. And we have had one developer who has inquired about the new proposed designation and zone. So missing middle housing and dental density is also a priority of the federal government. Through CMHC, the government is trying to increase the amount of missing middle housing being constructed in Canada by releasing housing plans for each region in Canada. These housing plans will comply with the building code regulations for Nova Scotia when they are released. So this here is just a image showing, this is a 6-unit stacked townhouse building, and it just shows it in context with houses on either side. And it's a way to increase density, but without making it in kind of overwhelming the neighborhood. And so what the federal government will have, or CMHC, is that they'll have full building plans that developers can use. However, the developers will still need to provide a site plan, a septic system design, and well location, and we'll still have to submit those and review them. As part of the UNIAC SPS process, mapping amendments have been requested for land identified here by the PID. It's that 900-acre parcel of property across from the UNIAC Estates, and I'll just show you a picture of it here. So this property. And the first request is to increase the depth of the Lakeshore Residential LR designation and so on along Coxcomb Lake Drive, which would permit the subdivision of new lots on the east side of the road. New lots could only be subdivided once a second access to the area is provided. So again, here's Coxcomb Lake here. They are just requesting that the zone, Lakeshore Residential Zone, go 150 meters back from the right-of-way easement. And technically, right now, they could, if they had a second access, they could subdivide lots off Coxcomb Lake Drive currently, but each of those lots would most likely be split zoned. So this kind of cleans it up, so those new lots would be zoned completely Lakeshore Residential, so there'd be no confusion over what type of setback you'd have to have from the property line or what kind of uses you could do in that property, so those properties wouldn't be split zoned. The second request is to redesignate and rezone the remaining lands to Walkable Comprehensive Development District. And that's different than the Mount Uniacke Comprehensive Development District in that the Walkable Comprehensive Development District is only applied to lands that will be serviced. And so as part of any development agreement process that the property owner or developer would have to prepare an acceptable method of servicing those lands for the municipality to be able to take over and for wastewater. So it's different, whereas the new zone that's being proposed is for on-site services, but there's 900 acres here and they would like to do serviced area so it could be more compact. And again, there would be a development agreement application process that the applicant would have to go through so that there'd be negotiations. And the only portion of the land not proposed to change is that watercourse greenbelt going along the brook. Commercial development. So residents in the study area are satisfied with the businesses found in the community, but would like to see increased amenities to service the community. Daycares, restaurants, and a grocery store were some of the local commercial uses identified through the consultation process. Existing zoning does enable the commercial uses identified by residents. However, East Hants cannot control the market demand for those lands. The Uniacke Business Park is full and lands owned by the municipality have been subdivided and sold. There's a limited number of properties in private ownership that are zoned business park that could be further developed and possibly subdivided to create smaller lots. Expansion of the Uniacke Business Park is difficult due to constraints such as Highway 101, Highway 1, and the location in nearby residential development. An alternative to expanding the business park lands is to expand the regional commercial RC land use designation and zone on the north side of Highway 1. The regional commercial RC zone enables the development of a wide range of large-scale commercial activities, including warehousing, retailing of goods and services, food and beverage facilities, accommodation, entertainment facilities, office and business services, drive-through restaurants, service stations, shopping malls, and other vehicle-dependent uses within a concentrated area. And the regional commercial RC zone is already established on the north side of Highway 1. And so this would allow an additional 86 hectares of land to go into the RC zone. So here we have the current zoning on the map shown here, and we'll be changing the rural use zone over to regional commercial. And again, the watercourse greenbelt would remain over the Sackville River, around the Sackville River. East Hants Council has requested the creation of a new land use designation and zone that enables commercial development and medium density residential development along portions of Highway 1. Due to an existing variety of land uses and zones already along this portion of Highway 1, the new land use designation and zone is to be implemented as a new overlay zone, allowing the current zoning and land uses to continue. The new Mount Uniacke Mixed-Use Center overlays designation and zone will permit uses similar to those in the Mixed-Use Center zone enabled in parts of the corridor. Land uses that are not permitted in the Watershed Protection Overlay Zone will not be permitted in the new MUMC's overlay zone. Land uses in the new zone are to be permitted by site plan approval, which is similar again to the corridor. And I've just listed a bunch of land uses that could be considered as long as they weren't didn't have issues with the Watershed Protection Overlay Zone. And again, the new proposed Mount Uniacke Mixed-Use Center Overlay Zone is identified by this, I don't know if it's pink up there or not. Yeah, it's pink. Pink dotted area, and extends from Etta Road and down to the other end of Etta Road. Transportation. So public consultation for the Uniacke Secondary Planning Strategy indicates that respondents are interested in rapid transit bus connecting Mount Uniacke to either the transit hub in Lower Sackville or connecting directly to downtown Halifax. According to the survey results, approximately 67% of the respondents commute out of the study area for work. As the community continues to grow, there may be additional interest from residents on opportunities for transit. To recognize the importance of future transit to the community, a transit feasibility study for Mount Uniacke is proposed to be added to Section E3, Municipal Projects and Studies of the Municipal Planning Strategy. So that's just a list of projects that we have in our municipal planning strategy that we refer to every once in a while for upcoming plan reviews or if we're looking for other projects. Further, a policy is proposed to be added to Section C1, Growth Management and Infrastructure of the Municipal Planning Strategy, supporting the future development of transit through Mount Uniacke. Road connectivity is important to the safety and efficiency of vehicles and for reducing traffic congestion. Increased connectivity is good for vehicles, pedestrians, and bikes. There are a variety of opportunities for increased connectivity in the study area. The opportunities for connectivity have been identified on the required future transportation connections map for Mount Uniacke. And the subject map is recommended to be attached to the appendices of the subdivision bylaw, and there's already one there for the required future transportation connection map for the corridor. And so that's already there. And again, it doesn't mean that the connections have to be in these exact locations, but generally we would like to see connections, for example, going from East Uniacke Road to the South Uniacke Road, or between the old mines and Uniacke Mines Road. So as I said, they don't have to be in the exact locations, but generally is shown. So parks and trails. As part of the consultation process, Uniacke Secondary Planning Strategy area residents indicated that they enjoy and appreciate the parks and trails in the Uniacke area. Between the municipality and the provincial government, residents in the Uniacke SPS area have a solid supply of parks, trails, and open spaces to use for their enjoyment, and there's a list of those within the study. Several large parcels of land within the study area are either in provincial ownership or the ownership of Halifax Water, and although these lands are not considered parklands, they do contribute to that rural feel of the community and enhance the community's natural assets. Through the consultation process, residents expressed their appreciation for the park and open space assets that are available in their community, and they expressed interest in having those assets increased and improved. So there are 5 park-related items mentioned most frequently in the Uniacke SPS survey results, and those were walking trails and sidewalks. Respondents mentioned that new walking trails and sidewalks could be constructed to connect to neighborhoods to local amenities. And keeping with the Mount Uniacke Recreation Strategy, a required future pedestrian connection map for the Uniacke area is proposed. The required future pedestrian connection map would be similar to the corridor pedestrian connection map. As land in the Mount Uniacke area is developed, the map will help guide the development of pedestrian walkways in the community. And that's just shown here. And again, this one time it's in orange. The existing ones are in green. Again, it doesn't have to be in those exact locations, but again, it just shows connections that we would like to see. Recreation facility gym. So further investigation will take place as part of the Recreation Facilities Master Plan study, which began in early 2025. PRC staff are aware of the desire for a recreation facility in the Uniacke area. Beach parks and access to lakes. So East Hants does not have a traditional public beach park anywhere within the municipality. We have water access points that allow for non-motorized boat access, but none that encourage swimming. PRC staff are aware of the desire for beach access and will continue to monitor for opportunities. And options for the creation of beach parks are dependent on future development in the community. Rails to trails. So the rail line that runs through Mount Uniacke is owned by Canadian National Railways and is not in municipal ownership. The municipality will continue to support the local trail group in planning for the development of the rail line into a multi-use trail. And the final one is accessible walking trails and lake access. So several respondents requested accessible trails that would accommodate seniors, wheelchair strollers, and a few respondents requested that an accessible lake access be created. And PRC is aware of the desire for more accessible recreation assets and will monitor for opportunities. So the environment is the final section. So protecting the community's natural assets was identified as a major theme throughout the Uniacke Secondary Planning Strategy consultation process. Residents value their access to open spaces and are passionate about the rural identity. Policies proposed as part of the Uniacke SPS aimed at protecting these natural assets while allowing for densification of the study area. Consultation took place with Halifax Water and the Sackville Rivers Association on environmental related concerns that the organizations may have, and staff have completed 2 presentations to Halifax Water and have had a meeting and received feedback from the Sackville Rivers Association. So in order to strengthen the regulations regarding the environment, policies are proposed to be added to the MPS to require the following. Boundaries for watercourse setbacks be added to plans of subdivision. Policies to consider retention of natural vegetation as part of the rezonings and development agreements. Add a future option for a wildlife corridor study to the municipal planning strategy. Council is already considering amendments to the subdivision bylaw to require stormwater management plans for tentative subdivision approval in all regions of the municipality. So this would include areas where there's on-site services. And floodplain study for the headwaters of the Sackville River. So we had initially suggested that we add that to next year's budget, or this year's budget, I guess it is. But we found out that the province is actually doing this work for us, so we don't have to pay for it, and we'll get the information, and then we can use it in the future if we need to update our planning documents at that point in time. So that's nice to hear. In conclusion, so in 1976, Uniacke residents expressed the importance of the rural nature of their community, including quiet open spaces, clean lakes, and trees. This hasn't changed. Residents of the Uniacke SPS study area are still expressing their love of nature, and it continues to be identified as one of the reasons why residents moved to the community. As Council plans for continued growth in the community, a recognition through planning policy of the importance of the natural environment should be recognized. Growth through moderate densification in a comprehensive plan development format will allow future developers to supply the community with home options for seniors and those just starting their lives. Comprehensive plan development will enable Council to continue to evaluate the impact of development on parks and open spaces, municipal services, and the effect on the natural environment. A feasibility study for the development of the municipal water and wastewater services will permit Council to make informed and balanced decisions about the financial impact of growth on the municipality. And again, I believe that's being looked at through the municipal strategy the strategy for East Hants, and then it could be added to a future budget considerations to do the feasibility study. So proposed policies outlined in the Uniacke SPS will need to be adopted in the East Hansel Fisher Community Plan to enable those policies. So the Uniacke SPS is meant to be enable flexible development, and the citizen engagement process identified in the municipal planning strategy will be followed throughout the adoption process, including public information meeting, letters to residents with zone changes, and a public hearing. If in the future Council proceeds with implementing essential services, it is recommended that planning policies and regulations are revisited to support densification while supporting the natural assets of the community. And the recommendation is that recommend that adoption of the Uniacke Secondary Planning Strategy and authorize staff to incorporate the adoption of the Uniacke SPS into the 2026 plan review. So that would mean that the policies outlined in here will be added to the 2026 plan review, and we would start our public engagement session along with the review. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Debbie, for the report. Councilor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Could you go back to page 1? Sorry, Debbie.
Page 1?
Page 1. When we're talking about road connections, there's one big connection that we've been talking about for a long time. And if you look at where Uniac Mines Road comes up, and it loops right around into Beamish Road, with the connections off the Uniac Mines Road, kind of making that natural T. And that connects the Uniac Mines Road, the Rockwell subdivision, and does all that. But in our maps that we've showed of preferred connections, none of that is shown. And I think that that's a big miss, and I think it should be amended for the report to show that connection where it will connect, because we have a road reserve spot off of Joffrey Drive that can connect to the Beamish Road, which will allow Lake Crest and Joffrey development. This will allow Beamish development, Uniac Mines Road, Uniac Mines, and as well as the Coxcomb area of development. And it opens up the center of the community for possible development in the future, whether it be for various things. And it's just kind of makes a ring road that you can go right from the number 1 all the way back to East Uniac. It also will aid in cutting off times possibly in the future for emergency services. So I think for a community-wide thing, that connection should probably be highlighted before this goes to final publication. That's one of the big things. Other than that, great to see the history piece. There's, as every community, I'm sure I could add 1,000 more things, but there's good in here. And you know, that hotel might have had certain spaces to rent for various times during the mining period as well. But when I'm looking at the overall report, I'm glad to see like the historical aspect of people being concerned about living with nature is still ringing through today. And that's one of the things that we've tried to do and balance throughout the municipality, is the development with the connection with nature. I do believe the first step is the overlay zone, and the fact that somebody's already approached you about that is good news, because it's only a month and a half old. I think it came back in February. You guys came back in February with that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I think it was February, and it's not the overlay zone, it's the other one, the Mount Uniacke Comprehensive Development District.
Development district,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's good to see that, you know, people are paying attention and they're seeing the possibilities. I do think this is the first step, and I'm very realistic when I look at getting reports and you see something like this. I'm not looking for the 100% solution right off the bat. This is something that is going to be massaged going forward based upon the needs of the residents and the municipality as a whole. But I do see this being the second largest area of growth and economic driver going up that way. And I do believe in the future, if you look at that growth management area or the target area, you're going to see that expand definitely further west and north, because you're already seeing lots of land in South Rawdon and stuff. The values have gone way up. Big parcels are being sold. I'm hearing that the people are looking to possibly subdivide that land and start some things in that area as well. So I think it's good for the whole municipality that you know, we're seeing the growth we are having and understanding the constraints that are there based upon the on-site services. There was something else I had written down here. Yes, when you talk about residents wanting to stay in their community, that's been the number one thing for every year I've been on council. Losing our seniors to Lower Sackville, to Dartmouth, to Halifax. Our young people, when they graduate, some of them still work in the community and they're traveling back because there are no options. You have to buy a single family home. In 2018, you could buy a single family home for $200,000. Now a single family home is $500,000 to $700,000. There's nothing below that for a single family home for anybody to start out, unless you want to go to the trailer park, and they're still selling around 200 to 240, and you don't even own your land. So there's definitely some big barriers being faced by seniors who want to downsize and stay in the community and remain active in volunteer groups, as well as the young people trying to get their foot out the door and get their leg up. So hopefully, with the amendments that have been made as part of this plan, we are going to see some of that gap be filled. And I was very, very interested in the CMHC piece, where the Government of Canada has already identified building plans that are available for developers, and just making sure that the developers know they're out there as well, because sometimes, you know, they're facing the hydrogeological thing for an amount of water and septic, and then trying to find a design plan. Well, if they can readily access design plans that are already pre-approved, it kind of probably will make things go a little bit easier for them in the long run. And that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to talk about that big parcel that they asked to be under the CDD. Yeah. So is this open to other bigger parcel that have the same interest, or just we're singling this one because it came through?
Through Mr. Chair, so this person engaged us right from the beginning. It's 900 acres of land, and they wanted a service development. And so that's what they requested through the application process, is just to review it from that point of view. Again, it's not approved, like they don't have approval to go forward. They would have to go through a development agreement process. What this does is designate and zone the land so that it would trigger the development agreement process once they figured out how they could actually service the land, once the municipality thought whatever way they were going to service was acceptable. So it was a stepping stone, sort of like that. If somebody else has they would have to have, in order to do it this way, for on-site services, they would have to have an extremely large parcel of land like this to move forward, something that where you could
Yeah,
have your services on-site.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but for me, for this size parcel, to be able to get more input from the public, it should be done on its own. And the reason why is there's lots of stuff that need to be done to be able, for me to go for it.
Yeah.
I need to see first, like, I know you talk about another connection and development on this side of Piggott Lake. Have you been driving on that Piggott Lake Road, like not Piggott, Piggott Lake Road, Coxcomb Lake Road? It's not a road. It's a driveway. Like, you cannot get any emergency access on it. So one of my point is, if that's gonna come through, a major improvement to that road have to be done, because to be able to get emergency, like now 2 cars go side by, one have to stop, like you cannot go.
And just to be clear,
I know it's a private road, I know it's a private road.
no, the WCDD zone doesn't include the stuff with frontage on Coxcomb Lake. What they've asked for is that stuff along Coxcomb Lake Drive here be zoned Lakeshore Residential. Right now it's split zone, so it would be Lakeshore Residential and rural use. But they wanted all Lakeshore Residential, so it would have on-site services. So that wouldn't be used as a main way into the walkable comprehensive development district. I should also be clear that as of right now, if they had a second access in to this development here, if they had a second road in, they could go ahead today and start subdividing lots off of Coxcomb Lake Drive under the road, under our current regulations. Those lots would be split zoned, but they could go ahead and do that. They don't need to build any new roads. After they get the second access, they would use the existing right-of-way easement.
I understand all that,
Yeah.
and if everybody understands. But once we do this, then they're allowed, because they could go through the through the lakeshore and open another access. So we're letting them go with another access if we do that, without even improving the road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't understand, no new roads are being proposed as part of this. They wouldn't be able to do any comprehensive development district stuff until they applied for a development agreement.
Yeah, but we lose, then we lose that opportunity to ask them to improve that road, because that's my main concern.
But that road's not going to be used as part of the walkable comprehensive development district. It's part of the Coxcomb Lake stuff.
Yes.
And they could do that, as I said, if they had that second access off of there, they could start subdividing lots off today or tomorrow.
So if they come on a separate application, and they want to do that, we cannot ask them to improve the road before they be able to get another access and subdivide?
Well, it really depends, through Mr. Chair, sorry. It really depends how the second access would be, like, they could, if there was, for example, this gully filled in, they did a bridge across here, that would be, give your second access for both Piggott Lake and it would give Coxcomb Lake. So therefore, they wouldn't need to build a new road. They would just connect these two, Waterview and this, and that would be considered it. If they had an access up here that connected Old Mines Road to Uniac Mines Road, and it was up here somewheres, they could subdivide a number of lots off of there until they reached 100, and then they would have to
There's
get a
already
second.
100 there.
Yeah, then they have to
So,
reach 100.
but if we do this, they cannot come with the road from, another road from Highway 1 all the way to the,
Not
to the Coxcomb Lake with the development agreement?
with a development agreement,
Yeah,
they
but
could
we
do
lost,
that.
we lost everything, that we lost our hammer. Like, we
But you-
cannot ask them to improve the road as a condition.
But you have a development agreement. That's how you would ask them to improve the road.
So the development agreement will be on different lots. On a different part of the property, on the CDD one, right?
Through
You don't
Mr.
need
Chair.
development agreement on the red zone, on the lake shore.
They don't, through you, Mr. Chair, they don't need a development agreement on the lakeshore, but they don't need the rezoning on the lakeshore either. They can go in there today without, they don't have to have
No,
the
they
W.
can't because they don't have another access.
That's correct, but if they had the other access, all they have to do is join these two roads or put a road in here. They could go in and subdivide off and there would be no improvement done
That's
to the
impossible
road.
to join those roads. There's a cliff like 600 feet down.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they could,
That's
if
why
they
I'm
figured
talking,
out
because
another
I know
option.
I know the road, but by allowing this without the public input, like on the only project, like as a only application, we're losing a lot of input. So as of now, if we do this, they could apply for a development agreement on the CDD, and all of a sudden there's a road through the red zone to the other one without being able to fix the road, and that's going to be very dangerous for all the people living there. And there's some blind spot. You go up and down, you don't see who's coming.
I'm gonna let the CEO weigh in on this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to get the planning director to tell me if I'm right or wrong here. Generally, so the WCDD would, if you put it in now through this process, you're still going to have a full public consultation process when
Yeah.
that gets developed, and it'll be the same or more than what you're going through to get this put in place, to get the initial zoning in
But
place.
I'm afraid that's going to be lost with the whole thing changing.
But when the actual WCDD development agreement, which is a separate process, that would be a full consultation like we did here with the WCDD in Lance. I mean, it was a massive public consultation process with all of the local communities. So your road network and everything else would be part of that, that development agreement application or the WCDD application. As far as upgrading as a condition of a development agreement, John can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not able to require off-site upgrades as part of a development agreement.
That's my whole point is, if we approve that, we lost that hammer. But if the whole land stay RU and they want to change it from RU to something else, we can ask for at least fixing the road, like make it drivable, to be able to subdivide on the other side. Because by changing that zone, they're gonna subdivide those lots on this side. And without improvement to the road, I don't see it happening.
Through
It's
you,
very dangerous.
yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So I think I understand what the councillor is concerned about. There's no leverage in terms of getting that road upgraded. But there isn't, with or without this change to WCDD. All they need on that road is a second access, and they can start subdividing tomorrow.
Yeah,
So that doesn't change whether or not this big piece in front is zone CDD or not. Because right now in that rural use zone, on the backside of the road, because there's already a road, even though it's, as you say, there's some issues with the quality of it, that road exists, so they are currently allowed to subdivide off of it. The only thing that's stopping them right now is a 100-lot rule. If they can solve that, they can subdivide right away. They don't need any other changes. So you have no leverage per se now, and you wouldn't have any through this process. You can't require that private road to be upgraded as a condition of a development agreement, which isn't even on it.
so why the extension of the lakeshore zone?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the extension of Lakeshore Residential Zone was so that the lots wouldn't be split zoned. So if you have a split zoned lot, you may have two different setbacks from the property line, so then the development officers have to look at both zones, where you're placing your house on the lot and such. And also, the rural use zone allows for commercial uses, whereas the Lakeshore Residential Zone doesn't allow for commercial uses. So potentially, if it was a split zone lot, somebody could have their commercial business that may have trucks and stuff driving along that road in the back portion of the property, but have and so there would be, but still comply with the regulations. So it's just to clean it up, to make it nice. So there's all Lakeshore Residential. There's a similar use on both sides of the road for single-unit dwellings, accessory dwelling units, and home-based businesses. And that there is a set of regulations that are comprehensive for the development officers to look at without two different setbacks from property lines and such. And
So-
that the uses are the same.
So if we do it all WCDD without the lakeshore, then when they come for development agreement, we can ask for the upgrade of the road, right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not necessarily, no.
If they, with the CDD, they're gonna subdivide those lots. We have their,
Residential section.
no, but if we do up to the road, all CDD, without the lakeshore, then we can ask them to upgrade the road if they wanna subdivide those lots on the end.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I suppose you could, but that wouldn't be a very, I don't know how ethical that would be to take and extend the WCDD zone right down to the right-of-way easement and say, well, you have to upgrade the road. If they have that right now, you're taking away a development right from them. So as I said, I'm not comfortable with that at this point in time, but I mean, you
Well,
could do it.
Without creating new access, they're not gonna be able to develop it anyway, unless they go with another road all the way down. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but.
Through Mr. Chair, as I said, if there was a road connection back here, they could develop a certain number of additional lots here on Coxcomb Lake before they reach the 100-lot limit. I think there was like 70-something lots on there right now, just on Coxcomb.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Counselor? Thank you. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, staff. So with the extension of the Lakeshore Residential, do they plan to subdivide that entire property under the Lakeshore Residential Zone out of their current holdings?
Through you, Mr. Chair, not right away, because they can't do that because of the 100-lot limit, right? So they can't,
They could still subdivide the property even though they can't build on it. They could just make
No.
two different PIDs, could they not?
through you, Mr. Chair, they cannot unless a second access is developed. It's tied into the subdivision bylaws, so 100 lots maximum is what they can do. So they can't subdivide anything until the second access is done. And then once the second access is created, wherever that happens to be, however they manage to do it, or if somebody else comes along and does it, I'm not quite sure. But once that's done, then the intention would be to go along and subdivide the lots off of Coxcomb Lake Road here and I guess sell them off and
Yeah, 'cause-
people who want to
'cause
build.
One of the biggest concerns is, number one, there is safety concerns on that road. That road is not serviced in the wintertime. So their garbage collection and everything is done at the end of the road. So the amount of bins and stuff the municipality will have to place there is going to have to triple probably, right? I get what Councillor Moose is saying, like, you know, I mean, there is a question for the road association there.
Yep.
How much dues are they paying? And are the dues equivalent to the frontage that they have? Or is it being done by the fact it's one PID, right? And when you look at the length of road surface they have compared to all the individual lot owners, I don't know how that is. That's up to the road association because it's a private road.
And
But I totally get the walkable comprehensible district. I think it's great that it's under development agreement, which means the public will have their say and council will control what goes in there. But like Councillor Moose has said, the other concern I have is when they start subdividing, this goes back to lot grading, what assurances do the people on the other side of the road have they're not going to start to get washed out? Because that property, people don't know it's a bowl. It's like this, right? So right now, the flat side by the lake is developed, this side is all treed. We start cutting all these trees off, water runs downhill over a dirt road, probably cause some washouts some places, and then it will affect the people on the other side of the road and possibly into the lake. So what provisions do we have in the unserviced area to protect that area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I should also clarify that it's not it's not even a private road, it's a right-of-way easement. And the owner of the people who are asking for the redesignation, rezoning, are the ones that own the easement as well. And I know they're aware of the issue
Yeah,
because,
it goes through multiple
Yeah.
properties, yeah.
and as far as tentative plan of subdivision to build on these, you don't need one because it's an existing right-of-way easement. The only thing that you can do, again, is your lot grading and drainage bylaw. If you go to adopt that, then each lot would have to do a lot grading and drainage plan.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. You're looking at the development of 100-plus homes in a rural area. This can happen in any part of the rural municipality, right? And it can have a direct effect on not only the properties, but you gotta remember, that's a water source that people get their drinking water from as well. And they're all in on-site services with their septic, which means potentially, with the clearing of trees, the water runoff could flood out everybody's septic system and cause damage to the lake, and there's no recourse because we have nothing protecting people from water runoff in the rural area. So that's just what I'm looking at here. It's another instance that could cause a major environmental thing, and we have nothing to protect that, and there's nothing the Department of Environment has right now to protect that either. The chances are they're gonna go after the homeowners for allowing the silt off their land going in the lake, regardless if it comes from across the road or not. So this is where regulations, and we have to seriously look at regulations about development around lakes and water courses, and we have to look at protecting people and their neighbors in already developed areas and developing areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Rolston.
Yeah, thank you. Just through you, correct me if I'm misunderstanding something here, but the motion is simply to adopt this and authorize staff to incorporate it into the East Hants official community plan as part of the plan review. So are we intending to rezone this land now, or after it's in the plan, we're gonna look at it during the plan review?
Through you, Mr. Chair, would be part, as with every other policy in here, would be part of the plan review, adding it in at that point in time,
Yeah.
and then have the public information meetings, and then,
So we're
Any-
not proposing to put this into WCCD now, or
Not today,
or
no.
Lakeshore Residential. We're just putting folks on notice that when we do the plan review, this is gonna be a suggestion, and there'll be lots of opportunity for discussion then.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Counselor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we put it with the plan review, so public information meeting is gonna be held in the 3 area or here, just here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as we've done with other plan reviews, we always hold them in the different regions of the municipality. I believe in the 2023 update we did, I think, 7 different places, so.
Okay. That's a good thing, because I remember when somebody had a smaller 80 acres rural use, and the whole town of Mount Uniacke, everybody on the lake came in. So we gotta be prepared for a big riot down there, because I think staff should take a drive on that road and look at the terrain itself, like what it is and what we're getting ourselves into before we do anything.
To you, Mr. Chair, we don't deny that the road may not be in good condition, but it's the regulations that council has in place as today is what we have to look at and evaluate an application on.
I meant the drainage part that Councilor Perry mentioned, like there's a mountain going all the way down to the lake. So once we open up that area without public input, without like extensive public input, like as its own application, I think we're gonna miss the point. That's what I'm afraid of. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry.
So our concerns are well heard, which is there, and like I said, as Debbie mentioned, if there was a connection made tomorrow, all that land would be subdivided, right? And there would be, I guarantee you, a lot of water runoff, and we'd have these issues. So beyond that, like, that's an issue for the lot grading thing, and staff has done a lot of work to try and provide us with options to go forward with that, and we haven't been, as a council, successful in certain ways. All right, but I'm going to move the Planning Advisory Committee recommends the council that we adopt the planning strategy, UNIAC secondary planning strategy, and authorize staff to incorporate UNIAC SBS policies into the East Hants official community plan as part of the 2026 plan review.
Second. It's moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, so we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Debbie. Next item on the agenda is the duplicate civics on Highway 215 by Tippy Scott. And Tippy, you can begin when you're ready. Let's just see if I can get out of this here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this report is presented in response to a motion that was made at a regular meeting of council. The motion moved that staff have a conversation with staff from West Hants to see if there's anything that can be done about the duplicate numbering on Highway 215 and any other rural routes that cross municipal boundaries. So staff have engaged with the municipal staff in West Hants and performed a jurisdictional scan or analysis on the other areas where a road crosses a county or municipal boundary. And there was a counselor that mentioned from personal experience that duplicate numbers cause some confusion with navigation and for deliveries. So there are duplicate civic numbers on Highway 215 due to a guideline set out in the Nova Scotia Civic Address User Guide, which says for long rural thoroughfares that link communities are numbered such that numbers reset at the county line. This is to avoid having very high civic numbers for long roads. The user guide acknowledges that this creates duplicate civic numbers on the same road, and there are cases where numbers continue across county lines, and these are handled on a case-by-case basis in consultation with EMO and the affected municipalities. Staff adhere to these guidelines wherever possible to maintain standardized methods of civic addressing properties and other addressable points. The method in which Highway 215 is numbered from West Hants to East Hants, including the duplication of numbers, is consistent with these guidelines. Staff have been in contact with West Hants staff regarding the duplicate numbers on Highway 215, and they have no record of any issues stemming from those duplicate civic numbers. Highway 215 begins in West Hants in the community of Newport Corner. The first address there is 19 Highway 215, and the last address is 9789 in Walton. Across the municipal boundary, the addresses reset, and the first civic address in East Hants is 39 Highway 215 Walton, and the last is 14201 Highway 215 Shubenacadie. If council moved to change the duplicate addresses, there would be 52 addresses within East Hants that would be changed. Staff do not recommend changing these 52 addresses due to the uncertainty of future development and infill in the area along the 215. If the existing duplications were readdressed, there's a possibility that they will be required to be readdressed again in the future if the new address range between the changed address and the next cannot accommodate new development. This would pose an inconvenience to the resident who would be required to change their address more than once in an unspecified time period. There are approximately 147 undeveloped properties that front Highway 215 in East Hants, but not every property will be suitable for development. This doesn't include existing developed property that is able to be further subdivided. Staff also acknowledged that the land use regulations in the rural use north zone permit up to 12 dwelling units on a single lot as of right, with each dwelling requiring a civic address. There is potential for a large number of new civic numbers to be issued along Highway 215 in the future, and staff are hesitant to readdress the current 52 duplicated addresses due to this uncertainty. To issue a new civic address, staff use a formula, and that's based on driveway locations to determine the new address. The distance between the new driveway and the closest driveway is measured and divided by the distance is divided by 5, and then subtracted or added to the closest address depending on the range direction to obtain the new civic number. So for example, if an existing dwelling has a civic 45 and the new driveway is 15 meters away, you divide 15 by 5, add that 3 or subtract that 3 to the 45 depending on the address direction. And for this example, the addresses are increasing in the direction of the new driveway and is on the same side of the road, so the new address would be 49, rounding up to maintain the odd-even parity. It is possible to use the Nova Scotia civic address file to check new addresses on Highway 215 in East Hants against existing addresses on the West Hants side to prevent duplication. Without the cooperation of West Hants staff, though, there still remains the possibility of future duplication on Highway 215 in West Hants. This also reduces the number of options for civic addresses available in East Hants and may increase the possibility of requiring renumbering. Staff are suggesting that East Hants enter into an agreement with West Hants to work together in preventing further duplication of civic numbers on the 215. It had been mentioned in the council meeting that the duplicate addresses are causing issues with GPS navigation and deliveries. Upon analysis of the duplicated addresses, it was determined that none of the duplicated addresses shared a community name or a postal code. Any misdirected mail should be brought to the attention of Canada Post. Unfortunately, it's the reality with private global mapping and navigation systems such as Google Maps that there will be mistakes even without duplicated civic numbers. When brought to their attention, staff make every effort to notify companies of mistakes and missing addresses. However, there's currently no formal process of directly contacting these companies to submit new and accurate information. Typically, adding the community name to the navigation search will bring up the correct address. So Highway 215 in Shubie is a little bit of a different scenario. While the civic numbers on Highway 215 run increasing west to east and south for the most part, there is an inconsistency with the address range direction in Shubenacadie. Traveling north on Highway 215 from Highway 2, the civic numbers start from 10 Highway 215 and increase to 212 Highway 215. The addresses increase until Highway 215 reaches the interchange at exit 10 from Highway 102, and the range direction then switches. North of the interchange, the civic numbers on Highway 215 start at 14201 and begin decreasing, heading further north and west. This discrepancy has resulted in only one duplication within East Hants, or within the East Hants section of Highway 215, and no issues with emergency services have been reported. To change the address range between the highway interchange and Highway 2 would affect 36 properties, and 22 civic addresses would need to be changed. One of the 22 addresses includes the Shubenacadie Fire Hall. Changing an individual or a business's civic address is not something that we do lightly. Staff only implements civic address changes where it's necessary, as civic addresses are important to many aspects of life, and changing the duplicate addresses now, where there's a possibility they may have to be changed again in the future due to new development along the 215 would be a major inconvenience to the residents. Residents and businesses are very happy when are very unhappy when a change to their civic address is required, and staff avoid changing addresses wherever possible. For a business that has their address changed, printing and distributing updated marketing and contact materials with the new address is an added and unexpected business expense. A civic address change can take a few weeks to show up on a website such as Google Maps, which may cause a disruption in business deliveries and navigation as well. So many of the highways that pass through both East Hants and a different municipality such as West Hants or HRM reset their civic address numbering when crossing the county or municipal boundary. These roads include Highway 14, 236, 215, Highway 1, Sackville Drive, and Highway 2 in Enfield. There are a couple of highways that do not reset their civic numbering at the boundary, and they include Highway 277 in Lance, crossing into into HRM, and Highway 2 in Shubenacadie, crossing into the municipality of Colchester. Other instances where long thoroughfares reset civic numbering across a county or municipal boundary include Highway 4 from Colchester into Cumberland, Highway 289 from Colchester into Pictou, and Highway 3, St. Margaret's Bay Road from Halifax Regional Municipality into Chester. So in conclusion, staff recommend that the duplicate civic numbers on Highway 215 and East Hants are not renumbered. Staff believe that the risk of needing another civic address change in the future due to infill development and the impact on individuals and businesses outweighs the possible benefit of renumbering the duplicate addresses. The method of resetting civic numbering at a county or municipal boundary is consistent with the NASCAF user guide, and these types of duplicate addresses occur across the province as well. If council moved to change all duplicated addresses and addresses required to fix the range direction in Shubenacadie, a total of 74 addresses would be changed, including the Shubenacadie Fire Hall. So the recommendation is that staff discuss creating a reciprocal agreement with West Hants staff to check existing addresses on Highway 215 in both East and West Hants prior to issuing new addresses on Highway 215 to prevent further address duplication. Alternative recommendations include that staff maintains the current civic addressing process as is. Or alternative 2 is that staff should initiate a civic address change for all 74 addresses to remove the duplicate numbers and rectify the address change direction in Shubenacadie. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tippy. First up to speak, Warden Rolston.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's just my opinion that to actually fix the problem, the only way to do it would be to renumber them all and continue the numbering across municipal borders. That's the only real way to fix it. That's just my opinion. As far as engaging with West Hants for this particular road, or, you know, Highway 14, or, you know, Colchester with some roads or whatever, you can do that, and you can try and go back and forth with staff, but then you're just going to have a hodgepodge, in my opinion. You're going to have a mess, because let's pull a number from my hat. You have 205 Highway 215s. So you say, okay, we don't want to have 2 206s, 2 207s. So you assign, you know, 206 and 207 maybe to this county. I don't know how you do it. And then 208, 209 to this county. But maybe you've already got a 210 somewhere, or a 214 of that road number somewhere. So you lose the connectivity. And someone who's out there delivering parcels, and not all of them do a good job, and they're wherever they're at, and they're looking for 215, Highway 215, wherever they're at, and there isn't one, and it goes from maybe 213 to 219. You know what they do? They just shove it in the closest mailbox with the closest number they can find, and I can tell you that's what happens. And that'll just continue to happen. If they're not going to drive across into another county to see if there's a 217 or whatever in that county. I just think it would make for even more confusion than what exists now. And it's just, I think back when the civic addressing guidelines were developed, people didn't think this through as well as they could have, and they wanted to avoid really large civic numbers, but I almost think that would be better than what we've ended up with now. So interested to hear what everyone else thinks, but I don't think entering into an agreement with West Hants to try and make sure we don't add any more duplicate civic numbers is going to help anything. That's just my opinion, because people have an expectation of how numbers run along a road. And I know that John Doe lives at 24 Highway 215, so 26 must be right next door to him somewhere. So that's just where they go. They're not using, but maybe it's not. Maybe 26 is over in East Hants instead of West Hants. And I just see more confusion. Those are just my comments. I think you either do nothing or you do it all, one or the other. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, yeah, basically I agree with the warden. It would just be confusion to try to start renumbering this. Followed the process. The fact that people do get confused at county lines, yes, that can happen. We can't start reassigning numbers that have just caused confusion. In actual fact, there isn't a problem here. We're trying to correct a problem that really doesn't exist. An example of that is I live on Densmore Road in Shubenacadie in this county. I quite often end up with people from UPS at my door looking for something in Densmore Lane in Brookfield in Colchester County. That's not a numbering problem. I won't put it down to anything other than might be the GPS system is screwed up, Google Maps or whatever, sent them to the wrong place, whatever. Far as the anomaly in Shubenacadie on the 215, I've noticed that since the numbering occurred. I don't think it's ever caused any confusion, but it will cause a lot of trouble if we try to start renumbering those homes and businesses from the intersection of 215 with Trunk 2 Mill Village Road, out to the 102. So I move that the Planning Advisory Committee recommends to Council that Council direct staff to maintain the current civic addressing process.
Second that.
So move in second. That's alternative motion 1, Council?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rhino.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I disagree with the fellow councilors. I think that there is a problem, whether minor or major, that's in the eye of the beholder. But I can see after this report that it's I'm gonna put in a fair amount of confusion of if we go with the full change everywhere up and down that 215. I can just tell people that this was brought in, and this was brought in by EMO, and it is what it is. I think there would be more backlash if we started readdressing things after this, seeing this here staff report. So thank you for the staff report.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Tingley.
Through the chair, I agree with staff's report. I understand the warden's concerns about the numbering and everything, but there's also the community name here, as is pointed out in the report. I remember a few years ago, an aircraft leaving Europe for Sydney, Australia, landed in Sydney, Nova Scotia. There is a problem, but I think it's the problem with the person that's making the delivery. They should, there's more that you can do to make sure what community you're in than just run along the numbers. I know it's confusing, but on that basis, I'm supporting the motion and the report.
Thank you, Councilor. Nobody left to speak, so we'll go to the vote. Voting on alternative one. And the motion is passed unanimously. Thank you, Tippy, for the report. Last item committee is the Heritage Registration, Kennecott Church. And Rachel, you can begin when you're ready.
I have an extra code if you'd like to borrow it.
I'm quite comfortable.
You okay? You have a request for more heat, Counselor?
What?
A request for more heat?
I would request, yeah, a little bit more heat if we could.
It was turned up, I understand.
But the cold air is blowing out of these things.
And I love it.
And there's no heat coming out of the registers.
Yeah, don't turn on the heat, just turn down the air.
Now turn on the heat.
Rachel, you can begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application received from the Kennecott Cemetery Society to have the church at 4295 Highway 354, Kennecott, registered as a municipal heritage building. The building is no longer a place of worship. You can see a photograph here of the church, and based on the assessment of the property, which has been appended to the staff report, staff are recommending that the building be added to the Registry of Municipal Heritage Properties. So staff have scored the property and have assigned a score of 64 out of a possible 130. A score of 50 is required to be considered as a heritage property. The date of construction is known as 1890. The building is in very good condition with some minor modifications, although the building has vinyl siding, which would not have been a traditional material. The location and original building design remains intact. The window openings have not been altered. The building is located on an elevated position and serves as a landmark within the community. So Planning Advisory Committee is serving the role of Heritage Advisory Committee. If the committee decides to recommend approval of the application to council, a notice of recommendation is required to be sent to the property owner and filed at the Registry of Deeds. And the notice has to go out, be sent at least 30 days prior to council considering the application. So the recommendation, there's two parts to it. And the first part is that municipal clerk be directed to serve notice of the recommendation on the property owners to register 4295 Highway 354 Kennecott as a municipal heritage property, and also authorise staff to schedule a hearing to consider the registration of the municipal heritage property. And then the second part is that council approve the registration of 4295 Highway 354 Kennecott as a municipal heritage property. And there are your recommended motions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rachel. Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through your staff, the request for this heritage designation, did this come from the property owner?
Yes, it did.
Okay, that's all the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Musa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. Do we have any other property that have vinyl siding as a heritage property? I think we're not allowed, like when you have a heritage property, you're not allowed to change the original look or any material on the building. I don't know if I'm wrong or...
Through you, Mr. Chair, so I don't know the answer to that question. However, what I do know is that the Maitland Heritage Conservation District doesn't prohibit, I know this isn't in Maitland, but it's another type of registration of heritage, but it does allow for the use of vinyl siding. Council has decided that that is an appropriate material. There are some limits on the type of vinyl siding that can be used. I will also to note that the heritage grant program that the municipality has, it won't actually support towards the replacing of, say, wood siding with vinyl siding. So, all that said, vinyl siding is not something that is kind of ruled out by any of the design requirements or regulations, but council don't support that through the grant program.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I just heard that Counselor Hebb might have been the first wedding ever held in that church, but I believe they're teasing him. I would move that the Planning Advisory Committee, as Heritage Advisory Committee, recommends that council direct the municipal clerk to serve a notice of recommendation on the property owners to register 4295 Highway 354 Kennecott as a municipal heritage property and authorize staff to schedule a hearing to consider the registration of 4295 Highway 354 Kennecott as a municipal heritage property.
Nobody.
I also need the second part, for the hearing recommended motion. That won't appear at council this month. It will actually appear at the hearing.
I thought that motion had to be made at the hearing, sorry.
Warden Rolston.
Planning Advisory Committee, as Heritage Advisory Committee, recommends that council approve the registration of 4295 Highway 354 Kennecott as a municipal heritage property.
Moved in second. Nobody wishing to speak, we'll go to the vote. And that motion is passed unanimously. Thanks again, Rachel. That comes to these are to the conclusion of Planning Advisory Committee. We were scheduled for a break and adjournment. I want to thank the public members for their day with us. Motion to adjourn. And return at 2:30 for Corporate and Residential Service Committee with Councilor Garden Cole as chairperson. All those in favor? Aren't you reminded? We are on break.
You cut our break in half there. The system's not turning the mics on.
Mine's on.
Yours is showing on and it's.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, the Corporate and Residential Services Committee will be called to order. Be looking for any changes to the minutes of March 18th, 2025. Seeing no changes, the minutes are approved. First item of business is new employee introductions. CAO, would you like to take that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee, this afternoon, I'm very excited to introduce to you two new employees to the municipality. The first one, Brianna Alum, is the accountant and budget analyst. Brianna is joining us with an extensive career in finance, coming from Newfoundland. So we have one Newfoundlander out the door and another one into the finance department to take her place. Not a true Newfoundlander. She's returning home to East Hants with her family, and we're very grateful that she's accepted a position with us, and we're looking forward to her supporting Jordan and Wade and the rest of the organization in primarily our budgeting function. Brianna will be working a lot with our departments, making sure that their budgets are created and maintained, and all the projections and whatnot. She has a huge role to fill in the department. So with all of the transition in finance, we're happy to have you join our team.
Welcome.
The next introduction is Justine Seneschal. Justine is joining us for our front desk. As I said to her a few minutes ago, one of the hardest jobs in the organization is answering the phone and not knowing what questions are going to come at you. So she has joined us with a 12-month term to replace Krista while on maternity leave, and comes with us with extensive experience in office coordination, team leads, and whatnot. So we're very excited to have you join the finance team. And again, there's a lot of transition in that team over the next few months. So we're certainly appreciative of the steep learning curve that you're both going to have, but I promise you it'll be worth it.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the Code of Conduct, appointment of investigators with the CAO as well.
Do you want to put my screen up? Hold on. There we go. Councillors, in front of you is the recommendation for an appointment of the Code of Conduct investigators. As you know, the provincial government has required municipalities to adopt a standard code of conduct, which you have done back in November of last year. Part of that code of conduct requires that an independent investigator be appointed by council to take complaints on your behalf, to investigate those complaints, and to work that process through to a recommendation back to council to deal with any code violations. The report, as outlined, the Association of Municipal Administrators went out to market for a list of code violation investigators. That list returned, I think, 9 acceptable folks to do these investigations. Our staff have reached out to them and have determined that the primary code of conduct investigator for East Hants should be MC Advisory Group, Inc., McGinnis Cooper as the primary, and then the Stuart McKelvey be appointed as the secondary. So you would have a secondary investigator in the case of conflict of interest. So if your first group has a conflict with either the counselor who's being coded, I guess, for lack of a better term, and or the person who's making the complaint. If there's any conflict of interest there, then we would bump out to that second company who would provide the services. Following this motion, if council approves it, I would enter into a contract with all of our standard clauses that would be vetted through our legal team. And we would move forward with a 3-year contract with an approved 2-year extension, so we could use these folks for a maximum of 5 years. As you know, you may have 0 code violation investigations over that 5-year period, or you could have several. It's the contract and the monetary value of the contract is unknown at this time. So the report is attached. The one comment I will make is our own legal firm is part of the list, but obviously due to the conflict, we're not choosing them for that sole purpose. Other than that, the motion is to have this committee recommend to council that council appoint MC Advisory Group, Inc., McGinnis Cooper, as the primary code of conduct investigator, and Stuart McKelvey be appointed as second option, and that the CAO is authorized to enter into a 3-year contracts with the approved 2-year extensions with both parties.
Okay. First to speak is Councillor Perry.
I will move that Corporate Residential Service Committee recommends to council appoint MC Advisory Group, Inc., McInnes Cooper as a primary code of conduct investigator, and Stuart McKelvey to be appointed as a second option, and that the CAO is authorized to enter into a 3-year contracts with approved 2-year extensions with both parties. I so move.
Moved and seconded. On before the motion.
And, sorry, just to say, on the writing, you have to change that section to second.
On before the motion is Councillor Head.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the CAO, it says that the investigators are to come back to us with a recommendation. Is that recommendation whether it was a breach of conduct or it wasn't?
I believe the recommendation is whether it's breach of conduct or not, as well as... the recommendation would be a breach of conduct or not, as well as a recommendation on what would it be appropriate
What the
for...
penalty would be?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's the code of conduct outlines what the options for those would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously. Okay, and the warden would like to speak next.
Just to appreciate the indulgence, just before we leave the code of conduct discussion, I have completed the training prescribed by NSFM through the NSCC, and it is, in my opinion, a very onerous process to go through to obtain a relatively easy outcome for most counselors. I am not a tech expert, but I am someone who has worked in an office facility with computers and everything for over 20 years, considerably over 20 years. And the registration system with NSCC was confusing at best. I do not think that it was a reasonable way to provide this training on the code of conduct to counselors. And while I know that this is not the discussion around the code of conduct today, I do believe that I had issues getting finally logged on and able to do the training, and I did it. I think there will be counselors who are perhaps not used to doing things on the computer as much that will have even more difficulty and find it. Once you get into the training, it flows and it's quite simple and easy. But anyway, I would just, at this point in time, I'm going to make a motion that we send correspondence to NSFM and say that the methodology chosen to supply this training to councils is not perhaps appropriate or necessary to how it could have been done.
Moved and seconded. First to speak is Counselor Rhino.
Well, surprise, surprise, I'm not a tech person, but I got through it. But not without a phone call to Deputy Warden McPhee, who'd previously done it, and he got me straight on the issue. I do agree was kind of onerous trying to get on. Once you get on, it wasn't that bad, but I don't know. I just found it. I just found it, you know, where we had a code of conduct, where we had this system over, it was just like, man, are everybody else in the province this far behind, and now they're forcing us to do this? That's how way I found it, so, but I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Counselor. Next to speak is Counselor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any idea when that email come out so I can find it?
March 25th.
March 25th? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next to speak is Counselor Hebb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The warden nailed it right on the head. I'm not a computer expert by any means, and I'm like Homer and Withrow, or Homer, where's the on button? I called for assistance. They said be back in 2 hours. I waited almost over 2.5 hours. They never called back, so I left. I got an email that night saying this is what you have to do. I couldn't even figure the email out and what I have to do. I know I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. I called for assistance again, and they never called me back again. It's irresponsible. I don't think, I feel quite certain there would have been a better way to do this. And for somebody like me who is illiterate when it comes to computer, it's very, very disgusting and humiliating to sit there thinking I should be able to do it and I can't do it, and I'm glad to hear that other people's having trouble with it. I just think that NSFM should get their act together. I mean, they could have come here and put a course on for us all. Could have done a lot of things. But, I mean, this was what was not necessary, and I think it should be done a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Next to speak is Counselor Tingley.
Through the chair, I agree with my fellow councillors. It was not an easy process to get in, but I find this with a lot of things. Like I'm starting up with PVSC. What I had to go through was even more complicated to get onto their system. So I don't know if it's worth even dealing with this, but you know, if we want to send a letter just to vent, this just seems again another thing, the way the world these days, and it's just something we have to deal with and get through it. But I do agree with my fellow councillors. It was it did seem to be very complicated to get in for what you had to do. That's it.
Thank you, Counselor. Next to speak is Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I just think there could have been a simple module with the questions on it sent to each municipality. We could have taken 30 minutes out of our day at a meeting. Everyone could have gone through the material, and then we could have done the little quiz afterwards, and bang, we're done. I just think it was probably at considerable expense of our money that we pay to NSFM, that it was sourced out to NSCC. And I think it was unnecessary, and I think it was unnecessarily difficult. So thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is Counselor Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the warden, would your intent be to NSFM and the membership so everybody sees the letter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously. Okay, next item on the agenda is Robert's Rules of Order, Council Procedural Policy with the CAO again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So councillors, as you know, you have a council procedural policy which outlines how your meetings will operate. And that applies to the council and committee members for East Hants. There's also a separate set of rules called Robert's Rules of Order, which recently council has had a workshop on, and how those rules of order work into your policy. Your policy is there, it is precedent, and if there's something missing from that or not explained in your policy, then you would go to your Robert's Rules of Order. So we do review your policy on an annual basis, and between Shirley and I, we keep sort of a list of things that need to be brought to your attention at that annual review. So there's a couple of things in here of housekeeping updates that we'd like council to consider. And then what we've also done this year is taken some information from your Robert's Rules of Order training, and we've compared it against your policy or looked at places where your policy could change, not necessarily needs to change. And we haven't drafted any changes to your policy to bring to you today because we'd like for you to tell us what you want us to incorporate into your changes this year. So I'll come back to our recommendation. I'll go through some of the recommended housekeeping updates, which we do recommend that you do. And then we'll get into some of the Robert's Rules of Order questions for you. So recommended housekeeping updates, your virtual meetings. It's recommended that your statement, your policy include a statement that looks at holding your peripheral meetings virtually. So we're looking at Fire Advisory Committee, East Hants Source Water Protection, the Agricultural Advisory Committee. So right now, there's no mention of those in your policy. It talks about how under exceptional circumstances, the clerk and the warden can make a decision to have your council meetings and your committee meetings, this committee meeting done virtually. What we'd like to recommend is that you specifically call out that the executive committee and council are the ones that the warden and the CAO have, or the clerk, have the authority to make that decision. And then add a statement in here, the one in blue or green. It says all other committees or council may hold meetings routinely virtually. So that is happening now, we believe, with a lot of your meetings. And it does facilitate, folks who don't have to travel from Mount Uniacke to this building for a half an hour fire advisory meeting. That meeting can be pulled together and had online, and that seems to be working fairly well for most of those committees. So we do recommend that change be made. Under your territorial land acknowledgement section, we have a land acknowledgement that it acknowledges the Mi'kma'ki and the District of Spaganagity, but it also goes further to recognize that we have the 50 African Nova Scotian communities who have contributed to the province. So what we would recommend that you do is a couple of things. One, I think the land acknowledgement, instead of being a separate item on the agenda, it just becomes part of your meeting opening statements. So it's not a separate item that you call out. And then the second thing we'd like to do in your policy is change the policy to say the warden shall recite an acknowledgement and take out the words territorial land acknowledgement, because your 50 African Nova Scotian acknowledgement doesn't fit in that definition. So that's a recommendation of wording change to the policy, not to the actual acknowledgements themselves. So those two recommendations we would request that you make as housekeeping updates. The next group, just some clarification. So clarifying quorum. The definition of quorum in the policy states a majority of the total number of voting members currently on committee or council. I think the definition could be further clarified to indicate the majority of 11-member council is 6 members. So just in case because there are different ways that you can do majority. The alternate is to consider 50% plus 1 as your majority. And in that case, your quorum would be 50% of 11, which is 5.5, plus 1, which would be 6.5, which rounds up to 7 people. Because half of one person can't be here. So we do need some clarification on whether you want a 6-person quorum or whether you want a 50% plus 1 person quorum, which would then be 7. When we talk about reduced quorum as a result of a declared conflict of interest, and I think as we get into the discussion around conflict of interest, we do plan on having a workshop for counselors on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Jason Hahn has offered to come in and talk to you about that. As we get into that, and if you ever got into a situation where you had a reduced number of counselors because of a conflict of interest, and let's say it was, 6 of you were reduced and you couldn't get a quorum, there is a whole process where you have to appeal to the Supreme Court and find out. The judge will then decide how your quorum is if all of you have a conflict of interest on something. And then regardless of what the act says, whatever the quorum says, or whatever the judge says is what your quorum needs to be. So section 3.5 of the policy, call to order quorum could be updated to add a statement that a loss of quorum as a result of declared conflict of interest will be addressed under the Nova Scotia Conflict of Interest Act. And all of what I've just said is in the Conflict of Interest Act. But if you have a group and you're in the middle of a meeting and all of a sudden you lose quorum and you look to your policy for advice, your policy right now doesn't speak to that advice. It doesn't direct you to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and tell you that that's been dealt with there. So updating that language in your policy just to direct you in the right place would be beneficial for counselors. In the policy, ex officio refers to powers that, while not expressly conferred upon an official, are necessarily implied in office. So an ex officio member is a member of a body who's part of it by virtue of holding another office. So should council wish to have the warden act as ex officio for any committee of council, the policy should have a statement that includes that. So the statement is there in blue, basically saying that the warden can be a part of any committee of council as a ex officio member. And that would mean that the warden doesn't necessarily have to attend and wouldn't be counted towards the quorum on that committee. But if the warden were in attendance as an ex officio, they would be permitted to participate in the debate, make motions, and vote at the meeting. So when it comes to changes to your planning documents, the MGA states that a council shall adopt planning documents and at second reading by majority vote of the maximum numbers that may be elected by council. So again, when you look to your majority, whether it's 6 or 7 is important. And that basically says that depending on your decision around that quorum, this section would relate back to that primary decision. So the recommendation on section 11.8 of the policy, right now it says voting conducted at public hearing shall be done in accordance with provisions of the MGA. And again, provisions of the MGA, when you're in the heat of the moment of a meeting trying to figure out what that means, you're then going back to look at the MGA and whatnot. So I think it would be beneficial for your policy to be updated to say, specifically, council shall adopt planning documents at second reading by majority of vote of the maximum numbers that may be elected to council. So it doesn't matter if you've got 10 people, or say you've got 9 people at your hearing, it's not 5 as a majority. You still have to elect, you still have to pass it based on your majority of the number of people on council. So that is a little different than all your other types of motions that you have. And that relates back to your planning documents only. So again, It does say with provisions of the MGA, but clarifying that would be helpful in your actual council procedural policy. Nominations, the only major change here is that nominations don't require a seconder, and you don't need to call for nominations 3 times, which has been our typical way of doing nominations. So just section 2.3.1.2, all nominations will be received verbally with nominations to be, where instead of closed by motion, should just say declared closed by the chair, and that would be consistent with Robert's rules. It could also be updated to indicate that no ballots are required if only one person stands for nomination. That's not clear currently in your policy. You could still vote if there's only one person. There is a world in which you could still vote. That's not the way that this council has ever operated, so just adding that language in there to make it clear would be beneficial. And then voting will take place by secret ballots. Again, that's where you would, that is the wording that we would include for 2.3.1.3. So your standard, your clarification of procedures, not all of this includes changes. Your standard meeting motions are outlined in section 10.2. 10.2.2 of the policy states that the presiding officer may ask if a member of council committee is willing to move or second a standing meeting motion or standard meeting motion. However, a motion is not required, and the chair can declare approval by unanimous consent if no objections are raised. So again, like we went through this morning, we don't need to have a motion, like a seconder and a motion made. Those are sort of standing approvals. So that can be done by unanimous consent. This is here for just the benefit of the report. The policy includes Appendix A detailing procedural motions, and we also have a little table that's printed out, that laminated for the precedent of these motions. And just to point out that there's no need to call for a seconder more than once for motions. So sometimes you'll have chairs who call 3 times. You don't need to do that. Is there a seconder for the motion? If there's none, then we can move on. Point of order and point of personal privilege. I think there's nothing to be changed here. But I think we all need to understand the difference between the two. So one of the things that came out in the training was there is a difference between point of order and point of personal privilege. Point of order is to correct a failure to comply with the approved rules or bylaws. So this policy or Robert's Rules of Order. And the presiding officer decides on all points of order. If the member doesn't agree, then they would look to council or the committee to decide without debate, and that decision is final on those. Your point of privilege is is a little bit different. It's to assert rights of members directing attention to a matter that affects the integrity, character, or reputation of an individual or the entire council, or the ability of an individual to participate. So it could also be used to improve the environment of the room. So for example, if you're cold, you could call a point of order and have the heat.
Personal privilege.
A point of personal privilege and have the heat turned up. Somebody could debate that. The CAO has no authority there, unfortunately.
She can't tell
I can't.
deputy clerk not to turn it up.
Right, I can't vote. So anyway, the presiding officer again decides on all of those points of personal privilege, and if people don't agree, then they can appeal to the committee or council for the final vote. So in our meeting agendas to this point, we've had our setting the time of the meeting at the end of the meeting. We'd like to recommend that you move those to the start of the meeting, and that way anyone who has to leave throughout the meeting will know when the next meeting is. And that came from our Roberts Rules discussion. And then our debate limits. Right now, we have policy provides limits under section 9.26 and 7. You may not speak more than once on the question until all of the members have had the opportunity to speak, except to provide clarification if misunderstood, and no member shall speak to the same matter more than 4 times without the leave of council. A member shall not speak to the same question or motion or in reply for longer than 10 minutes without the leave of council. And we put that in here. There was some discussion around debate limits. Should council wish to make changes to these sections, you can provide us direction, but we don't at this point have any recommendation on one way or the other. I do know there are some units, when you watch their meetings, you can see that councilors are being timed, and our new system will be able to enable that. But that would be something very different for this council to put in place, and I wouldn't recommend you do that without full consideration. So councillors, there's a lot in this report. We've gone through both our policy and Robert's Rules of Order. The 2 motions would be to make the housekeeping updates as attached to as outlined in this report, and or move that this committee recommend that staff make the optional Robert's Rules of Order updates as outlined in the report, pick some or take some away, whichever you like, to be brought back for final approval at a future meeting. So this recommendation wouldn't go to council. This recommendation would go from this committee to staff. We would then bring back another report with whatever changes that you want in or out. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over and get your feedback.
Thank you. First to speak is Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just read through this report a couple of times, and it was very informative. Just looking here, so it's in section 3.2.1.1, the recommendation is, I'm just trying to find it here, I guess I've got to go back a little further. Yes, one of the changes all committees of council may hold meetings routinely virtually. I would like to see the word routinely removed. It could cause confusion, because if you take that word out, it says all other committees of council may hold meetings virtually. There's no need for a modifier there for virtually. We could just remove routinely.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. The land acknowledgement, I've been playing around with that and looking at some other jurisdictions across the country, how they handle it. I don't have a recommendation, but is that something we can deal with in the future, or do we have to deal with it now?
Are you talking about doing, like, changing the actual land acknowledgement
Yes.
itself? That's not part of this report.
Oh, okay.
But if that's something the council wants us to look at, we can certainly take that back and bring it back with this
Okay,
report
I'll-
at the same time.
Maybe submit something for future consideration then. Okay. And with the warden becoming an ex officio agent, I'm not really concerned with that, especially with the present warden, but I thought of in the future, 10, 15, 20 years, if council, won't affect me, but if council had someone then that decided they wanted to control everything, allowing them to be an ex officio member of every committee could give them unnecessary control or unwanted control. So really just not in favor. I can't see is there a driving reason for the warden to be ex officio? No. So I would like to see that dropped. And other than that, those are the only issues I had with the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Next to speak is Councillor Rhino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, this is coming from me, in a personal opinion. As most of you guess, I am not a fan of virtual meetings whatsoever. I think virtual meetings should only be held if there's no possible way that an in-person meeting cannot be held. I do believe that by virtual meetings, it takes away the personality of the group, and to me, it's just terrible. That's how I feel about virtual meetings. I wouldn't want to see calling 3 times for nominations disappear. I think it's very clear. You're asking for it 3 times, and there's no way anybody can, be amiss. And sometimes there is some discussion around nominations. So I'd like to see that stay in there if at all possible. And how often do we nominate, or how often do we call for nominations anyway? It's not like something we're doing every day, and it's taking up a lot of time. I think, to me, I'd like to see that stay. And I also like to see a motion for closure on those nominations. Then it takes the onus away from the chair to do that, and somebody closes it, and it's fresh and clean. I think the deputy warden touched on this, ex officio. I don't have a problem with a warden, and no disrespect to any current wardens, but they could be set in on any meeting. But I don't see them having personally a right to vote on that. I think that's why the committees were struck. They can sit in and they can get all the information, but I have a problem with voting and debating in that. And debate, with regard to debate, really, I think that's the onus of the chair. If they let person, speak 4 times, only let them speak 4 times, and I know from my 27, 28, going on 28 years of experience here, I know people have talked more than 4 times, and I don't want to limit that, because during a conversation, everybody learns or should be learning or whatever, and hearing the different opinions, and that may add on to what their input could be. So to limiting that, I wouldn't be in favor of that. I think a good, lively discussion is good. Sometimes it is long, but on a lot of the times, it is needed. So for right now, that's what I feel with regard to this procedures that we've just uncovered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak is Councillor Hatt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of points there. I'm just trying to find the one here, but it was, if there was one nomination, there's no need to vote on that nomination to accept that office. The part that I could see possibly could be a problem with this is that maybe the majority of the people don't feel that person is the right person to be in that position. If they had the right to vote, they could vote that person out, then somebody else would have to vote. By doing this way there, that person is automatically in without even giving a chance for the rest of the councillors to understand what's going on. I think maybe that could be put in there, but something could say is the rest of the council want to go to a vote for this, or they want to nominate? I don't know if that's something that could be done there or not. As long as you understand what I'm coming from, yeah.
Through Madam Chair, if that were the wish of committee, I wouldn't make the change at all. I would just leave that part out, because the way it stands now, everything would go to a vote.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't have a problem with the way it is now, but we don't know what the future's going to hold, when people come in here, whatever, so. I would prefer to have that stay the same as it was.
Although as I'm thinking now, you do now accept votes, you do accept by acclamation without voting.
Yes, we do.
So I think you would want to be consistent. So maybe we would actually go the other way and change it to say, regardless, you will have a paper ballot vote.
we could have either one, or it could be asked, does this have to go to a vote? Either way, I mean,
Yeah.
I think that it should be voted on. I think that, from my opinion, instead of being acclaimed without having the rest of the council speak on it, that's all. The other thing is the debate limits, and I'm in disagreement with Councillor Rhino. I think if you can't make your point in 3 times, you know, sometimes I hear the 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time, and it's repeated. Same thing is repeated over and over and over again, and that's why some of our meetings go so long. So I think 3 times would be more than enough to debate that topic, so, rather than 4. And that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak is Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with most of this. As far as the warden being ex officio, I didn't ask for that to be put in there or anything, by the way. But I'll tell you, my assumption always has been, in all the years that I was on council, it was just an assumption, I don't know how I came to arrive by it, was that the warden was always ex officio in any committee of council. But like Councillor Rhino, I didn't think the warden had a vote. I thought that the warden just had the right to sit in on any meetings of council. I'm easy, you know, whatever way. I'm not taking any offense if you say the warden's not allowed to go. If you say the warden can go but can't vote, that's great too. If you say the warden can go and can vote, well, you know, I'm okay with any of those. I will tell you, there will not be a lot of extra meetings that this warden will attend ex officio, unless it's something that I really want to hear firsthand the information on or something like that. So that comment. With regards to the debate, I know there are 2 schools on that here. I personally am quite satisfied with it the way it is, with 4 times. And maybe I miscount sometimes. I do try not to let people speak more than 4 times. And I don't always count, for example, if Councillor Rhino asked a question, the answer that was provided did not understand what the question was, and Councillor Rhino had to say, no, what I'm asking is this, and clarified. I don't count that as twice. But things like that. But I think I would prefer to leave it as is, and when we get the new system in that's has the timing capability on it, I'm not saying we would even change it then, but I'd kind of like to have the opportunity to keep an eye on that timer and see how long we are going with folks debating, regardless of whether it's 3 times or 4 times or whatever, to keep an eye on that time limit thing and see. I think we're mostly within it, but I don't know, because quite honestly, I've never timed how long someone, but the new system will allow us to very easily do that. And before the new system gets here, I don't think it'll help me out any. I will apologize in advance. I know sometimes I probably do miss when people want to speak. I take them in the order that it appears on the screen, and I probably should be making notes of who has already spoken and going to those people who haven't spoke before I go back to someone else. I will try to keep that straight. I'll tell you up front, I'll probably make a few misses. Draw it to my attention if I do, if it's a big deal, and I'll address it, but I will certainly do my best. But those are my comments. I don't think any council should have endless debate, but in the years that I've been here, the policy that we have and that we've been going by has worked relatively well, and we might have a few long meetings, but we're probably one of the few councils that I know of that gets as much business done with 1-day meeting of committees and 1-night meeting of anywhere in this province. So, we may not be perfect, but I think we do okay. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Next to speak is Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair to staff, is there any definition of what exceptional circumstances are for these virtual meetings, or is that just really wide open?
That's kind of up to the
To us.
CAO and I.
Okay. Aside for that, all these recommendations seem reasonable to me. Like, I have no fear about any of them. You know, I don't think they're going to upset the apple cart at all, and I think they're helpful. Or including the warden being an ex officio. You know, I have no concerns with that. So I'm going to move that Corporate and Residential Services Committee direct staff to make housekeeping updates as outlined in the report attached to the April 15th, 2025 Executive Committee agenda to the council procedure policy to be brought back for a final approval at a future meeting.
Moved and seconded. On to speak before the motion. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Now, I've already spoken. If Councillor Perry wants to speak first.
This system makes it really difficult.
Yeah, it makes it difficult for that.
And I considered that before I
Oh,
answered
okay,
you.
thank you. Yes, that's fine, Chair. I was just thinking of the ex officio thing, and again, I kind of understand the wardens. I couldn't imagine any warden really wanting to show up to all the committee meetings. But like I said, I was just thinking of something in the future. There might be someone gets in the chair that wants to be czar. So, you know, get your Fabergé. But, yeah, so, I mean, certainly if any warden wanted to attend a meeting, wanted to listen, wanted to even address, but I still think the committee members should be the only ones allowed to vote. When it comes to debate, I heard Councillor Hebb, and I agree that, you know, sometimes you could go on and, you know, I could do it myself. Want to speak multiple times. 4 times is a lot, especially 4 times. You're speaking for 10 minutes if you use the whole 10 minutes. I can't really think of any situation where you would need to talk that much.
It's cumulative, it's not 10 minutes a time.
No, it's 10 minutes a time when I took,
No, it's cumulative. So the first time you speak, if it's 2 minutes, then you've only got 8 left the next 3 times you speak.
So is there, excuse me, on that
Yeah.
order here.
well, I asked that question when I went to Rules of Order, and they said just the opposite.
Rules of order may be different, but your policy,
So it's a cumulative of 10 minutes at most? Well then, yeah, the new system will show timing, so,
Well-
you know,
I should clarify the new system, we haven't set that in place. So it's
Yeah.
not something, it's something the system can do, but it's not something we're going to configure. Because it does take, like, it's a whole other level of managing your meetings.
yes,
If the
yes,
council tells us to configure it, we will,
yeah.
but that's not out of the package how we plan to configure it.
Okay, so under our rules, it's a cumulative 10 minutes tops altogether. Okay, well, that makes a difference. I was taking that you could speak up to 40 minutes
No.
on something, yeah. And I was thinking, that may be a bit much, because really, if you time yourself, 2 minutes is a long time to speak.
It is.
Most people say everything here in 2 minutes or less. The one thing I would like to see, and I know probably the majority won't agree with me, the best way to make our debates effective is that you speak to a motion. Most people do speak to the motion, but it would be best if we spoke to a motion, and that would keep it online. I don't want to bring up any examples. I have several, but I just think we do better. And if you have something else that you think is pertinent to that, you can then make a motion to discuss that. But I think we would do better. I agree with the warden. We get along great here. And, you know, if it takes 8 hours, we accomplish a lot. And same with our Wednesday evening meetings. We accomplish a lot in the time. So it's not a complaint about that. I just think we could be more effective. It keeps people focused. If you have something else to do with the topic, then make another motion afterwards to discuss that. I do find myself sometimes that I kind of forget what we're talking about when I get listening. So it would keep me focused. Maybe that's just my particular mind that causes that, but no. I think it would be more effective for all the members if we spoke to a motion.
Is that everything, Deputy Warden?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you. Next to speak is Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, like many others, I believe that the warden should be able to sit on any meeting, and I do agree the voting thing is the only thing where I don't think that should happen. We are fortunate here, like, our warden sits on committees. So if they want to be a voting member on the committee, they can volunteer for those committees. And it doesn't matter, any warden can do that because they have constituents to represent as well. So that would be the only thing that I would say. And one of the other questions I do have is, here we are in committee day and we have multiple committees. These are always recorded, they're always posted, they're always able to be reviewed. But we have many other committees that are not recorded, that are not posted. The public doesn't know what happens in these committees. And I will say, as well as the minutes are taken, the minutes don't truly reflect what happens in a meeting for the public. So with some of these virtual meetings that can take place, if they are recorded, they can be posted. We've talked here many times about what happened at this meeting, and nobody knows, only a few people know. And if we could see the meeting and see that dialogue, rather than just so-and-so at this point it was defeated, so-and-so at this point it was done, you might be able to get a better picture. So I do know there are other municipalities out there that don't meet as a committee of the whole like we do here and do everything. They meet by committee on different nights, and they're gone 12 nights a month. But every one of those is recorded and posted. So I'm not suggesting we do it right away, but I do think it's something that we should be looking at in the future for clear transparency where possible. Obviously, the audit meetings and some of the things that have sensitive information, you can't have open, but anything, most of our other committees, the public should know, especially for just awareness, whether it's source water protection, whether it's accessibility, whether it's agricultural. People should know about all this stuff rather than it just be found in a minutes table posted somewhere on our website. Very similar to the rest of our meetings, which we have seen. I know I've seen, so I'll say I've seen and I've noticed a lot more people pay attention to since we've posted things online. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak is Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to give council a little heads up, trying to stick with Robert's Rule of Order and trying to transition myself to the process. I started recording names this morning with Cottage Country. I listed the names and I put a tick mark beside who spoke so I could get an idea of how the process went. And just for examples, 6 people spoke during that Cottage Country discussion, and 2 spoke 3 times, 1 spoke 2 times, and the other 3 spoke once each. So I have my little notebook here, and I started to try to follow Robert's Rules of Order as best I can. The only conversation that we had one person speak 4 times was the outdoor events regulations. So I'm trying to get there, and I know planning is a very important one, so, and I don't like to cut anybody off. If they have an opinion and they have something that they want to share, I'll try to let them share. So that's where I'm getting at, so that's how the new planning looks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Next to speak is Councillor Rhino.
All right, set your clocks.
3, 2, 1.
All right, before this motion was made, I was going to suggest that we're going to pretty well have to go through this line by line or whatever, change by change, and get a straw poll of who agrees with what, because if this motion goes the way it is right now, I cannot support it. Where I may support it if there was general consensus with regard to this.
So, Councillor, if I might, The only two things in this motion are adding that other committees can be virtual and that the land acknowledgement takes out the two words territorial land. The first
So
part,
so we're not
the
voting
motion
on
that was made is
procedures?
just for the housekeeping updates. So
Okay,
this
just
motion
for
is
the
on those
housekeeping
two
update.
things.
My apologies.
The
My
next
apologies.
motion, if it gets made, I have a list of things that I've heard from around the room, and I think we can probably incorporate, unless there's something that people have heard that is completely out there, we can incorporate that for the next.
Speaking to this motion, I will, as I said before, I will not be supporting, virtual meetings for other committees. I do believe that that should be a last resort if they possibly can't make it, because I do believe that in-person meetings add so much more than a virtual meeting that's done through a computer from God knows where, from God knows who. It just really irks me with regard to that. Now, if, for the next motion, if I may, if it comes or if it doesn't come, I'd like to see a straw poll, because I think that we have to come to some kind of consensus with regard to what we're going to proceed with going in the future. So if that's the motion, I'll speak to that if that comes around for the second time. But according to Councillor Tingley's motion, I cannot support that with going with virtual meetings is a thing for committees.
Is that all, Councillor?
Yeah.
Thank you. Next to speak is Warden Rolston.
Well, I'm not sure, because I'm not sure what I was going to ask or comment on is directly to the motion that's on the floor, although it is directed at a comment that was made after the motion was made. So I'm not sure if it would be allowed or not, Madam Chair.
Well, you go ahead and I'll cut you off if it's not.
I just wanted to comment on the suggestion that we only speak to when a motion has been made. That's, and we have many reports that come before this committee that have a recommended motion or two possible motions or two or three alternate motions. And I really feel that councillors need the opportunity to ask questions and get clarification from staff on those reports before choosing perhaps which motion is the best motion to make in order for that to happen. So I wouldn't at this time support only being able to speak if a motion were on the floor. Thank you. Other than that, I'm in support of the motion that is on the floor.
Thank you. Madam Warden, would you mind taking the chair so that I can comment, seeing no one left to speak? So just a couple of comments, and in agreement with the warden, I don't agree with just being able to speak once a motion is made. When staff gives us a presentation, I think that is the time for us to ask questions and have discussion about it. I think it's worked fairly well for us in the years that I have been here, and maybe it does need some fine tuning, but I think that I would caution us on limiting only when speaking only after a motion is made. The chairing a meeting can sometimes seem much easier from the peanut gallery. I feel like we can try and do our best up here. If there's, with the system, for those of you who haven't done it, as people press the button, you're in an order. If someone was glaring out at me after a half an hour of conversation, if Councillor Hebb hadn't spoken during that time, I would make an effort to let him speak when others may have spoken several times. My issue with 10-minute limit is that we might ask a question of staff and they might give us a 3 or 4 minute explanation on what we're looking at. And is that included in our 10 total minutes? No. Okay, so that's something I was wondering about. Yeah, I feel like definitely we can improve and get more where we want to be, but I would caution us on following certain things, Robert's Rules of Order included, right to the letter, because I just think that there needs to be a happy medium. As far as approving the motions, there are a few things on here, a few things that were brought up that I was in favor of and a few that weren't, so I guess I'll wait for a breakdown. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Warden. Counselor Rhino, you wanted to?
Okay, I was gonna leave
add?
this till after, but since the previous speaker spoke to outside the thing, I think I should be given a little bit of leeway. All right, I heard talk about motions with regard to speaking to a motion. I agree with what the chairs just said. I think by starting off with a motion right off the bat limits debate and limits questions and limits a lot of things, because you're bound to speak to the motion. And you're not really legally supposed to ask out there. We do not, I feel sometimes sometimes we do not have time to properly discuss let's say, a report that's been brought forward, because somebody will jump up, I move the recommended motion, whatever it is, and that limits right off the bat. That, to me, it should not be that way, and we should be open for discussion there. And, you know, I don't care if we're gonna have time clocks or what we're gonna have. You're gonna put a new onus on the chair to sit there and try to listen to what's going on and then keep track of a timekeeper. We're not a timekeeper at a hockey game, right? That's not our job. And within reason, I think we follow time limits within reason. But if we're gonna sit there and wait for 9 minutes, 99 seconds, or 59 seconds, excuse me, that was a blip, but anyway, I do not think that's our purpose, right? So, anyway, that's what I was gonna say the next time, but since everybody else got ahead of me, I'll say, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Warden McPhee.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and I guess this is my third time on this, but I think there's, I guess, obviously there's two different thoughts on the speaking to a motion thing. And although I understand what the people who think that the discussion as it is now, and then what usually happens is the people speak to the motion, then the motion gets made, and then people speak to the motion, say the same thing again. I don't think the fear that it limits asking staff questions, it limits finding out information is.
Okay.
Well, if we're gonna let everybody else speak on it, I don't see why I can't.
think that's unfair.
Yeah, we just,
It's up to the chair.
Yeah, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
well, I just thinking, okay, I'll keep it very short. Speaking to the motion focuses us, keeps us on track as to what we're supposed to be talking about. And people do trail off. I know I can, anybody can. You trail off into whole different things. You speak for 2 minutes and say a nice focused thing on what you should be talking about, and the next thing, we've drifted. So that's it. And I'd like a clarification then on exactly what the motion is on the floor now.
Thank you, Counselor.
The first motion there, yes.
And Warden, I had another question as well that I needed to ask to the motion, and that is when it talks about point of order and point of privilege. So all that is housekeeping items?
CAO?
Yeah, to the CAO.
Through you, Madam Chair, the point of order and point of privilege was in this report. There's no recommendation coming forward around it. It was just for clarification from our rules of order training that there are two different things you can call.
Okay.
And we tend to use point of order and not point of privilege. And we
Okay.
should be using point of privilege at certain times.
Okay,
This particular motion is just to these two housekeeping amendments right here.
okay. Okay, and seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. Oh, actually, Deputy Warden wanted clarification, and you got your clarification? We'll go to the vote. And the vote has passed 10-1. With Councillor Rhino voting nay.
If I could, Madam Chair.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, the next motion relates to the Roberts Rules of Order updates that were put in the report. There's a couple ways we can do this, go through each one and get a sort of show of hands whether you want that update to be in your next draft or not. If we didn't decide to do that, and this motion was made, I would look to have Shirley and I sort of come back to this discussion that's been had around the table. Based on what I've heard, I would remove the ability for the warden to vote as an ex officio member, but allow the warden to be to attend committee meetings. And I would also take out or put some wording in there, not necessarily what's in the report now, but around clarification of what you do if there's only one person that stands for a nomination. I would leave in that nominations should be called for and closed 3 times. And I wouldn't touch the debate limits that are in your report, and I would also take the word routinely from the virtual changes when we bring them back. So I've been taking notes as we go, and those seem to be the primary things that we would change. This doesn't mean that you can't change them to something else when we bring the report back, but in general, that seems to be the consensus from the debate so far. So we can go either way, either one of those 2 ways.
Okay, thank you. Next to speak is Councillor Tingley.
Through the chair, for all the same reasons before, I'm going to move the motion move that Corporate and Residential Services Committee direct staff to make the optional Roberts Rules of Order updates as outlined in the report attached to the April 15th, 2025 Executive Committee agenda to the Council Procedure Policy to be brought back for a final approval at a future meeting. And I just have another comment on that as well. I think we're getting caught up on stuff here, you know, like whether if the warden can go to these meetings as an ex officio, what good reason would there be that she couldn't vote?
Point of order, we shouldn't be discussing.
Yeah,
the
we're
motion
just
Okay.
before there's
looking for a seconder.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, go ahead. We have a seconder.
Oh, there's a second, yeah. We could go through every point like this, like everybody has a concern, and it's a valid concern. But, you know, some of these things, like what good reason would we have that the warden couldn't vote at one of these committee meetings? Like, I would trust her to vote at anything or come and have a say and have an opinion. I would trust anybody, but certainly whoever our warden is going to be. And all of these other recommendations that are here, like, I just think we're getting caught up on fairly small stuff. That's just my thought on it.
So the thing is, these are all things that are important to different counselors.
I understand
Some
that.
people, so, you know, maybe they're not important to you, but they are important to others. So it's not that we're getting hung up on small things that don't matter. This is the example of conversations that we have and how we come to results. So, Councillor Merriam?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, with Councillor Tingley's with the motion as read, when we consider the CAO's comments to process changes that came up during the conversation today, just for clarification for me, the motion as read doesn't seem to include the feedback. Am I correct with that?
Through you, Madam Chair, if you wanted to include the feedback as I outlined it in my summary, you would have to have an amendment to that motion that says, as outlined in the report attached to the Executive Committee agenda and for discussion held at the committee. And then that would allow us to incorporate those changes into what we bring back.
I would be willing to make that amendment. So I would, I move that an amendment be added that the feedback from the session today be included in the motion. Is that good?
Yep.
Can second it. On before the motion? Thank you. Councillor Rhino.
So this report will be brought back in any time, just to be clear, if we have go home and over the next week or so, or whatever it is, we have come up with other ideas that we can put them forth at that time. That does not limit this. By doing this motion, it does not limit that.
Not at all. Through you, Madam Chair, all it will do is allow us to take specific wording and sort of do a new policy for you that you would actually be looking at. You
Okay.
can add or subtract from that at any time during that meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing no one left to speak, we'll be going to the vote on the amendment. And the vote has passed unanimously. Now we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no one to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the canoe procurement request with the CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I usually don't make you listen to me this many times in a meeting. So councillors, I'm sure if any of you have been to the NSFM or the FCM, you've heard of canoe procurement. If you haven't, it's basically a nonprofit organization who's taken it upon themselves with a business model to go to market for a number of services and goods that municipalities across the country purchase. And they've essentially done the competitive bidding process for us and gone out to market in a competitive way. We have not used Canoe for anything up to this point, but it has come to our attention that the Canoe program has a sports arena supply program as a program of interest in their portfolio. And we would be interested in using that for the ice surfacers that we need to buy, or ice surfacer that we need to buy for the sportsplex. Your procurement policy is in the works to be redone, hopefully by June or July of this year. So as part of those updates, we'll be bringing a recommendation that you'll not only be able to use standing offers that the province puts out or other municipalities put out, but that we could also use standing offers that are implemented by Canoe because they are trade compliant and they meet our standards of procurement. With those not coming until the summer of 2025, I was hoping to get in front of council to get authorization specific for this use, to authorize the CAO to use Canoe Procurement Sports Arena Supply Program to purchase goods and services where I determine that there's value to the taxpayer in doing so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. First to speak is Warden Rolston.
Thank you. I'm certainly supportive of this, but I just wonder why we wouldn't make a motion to allow the CAO to consider any standing offer available with Canoe Procurement. They are compliant and, you know, if
You
that were.
absolutely could do that.
So, I don't know, well, I'll throw it out there. I move that the Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends to council that council authorize the CAO to use the Canoe Procurement Supply Program to purchase goods and services where the CAO determines that such use provides value to the taxpayer. So I'm just taking sports arena out of there and allowing, similar to standing offers through the province or other municipalities, that this is just another tool in the toolbox.
Okay. On before the motion, Councillor Rhino.
So would these standing offers be across Canada, or would they be provincially, or what?
Through you, I believe they have, this one would be across Canada, but they do have sort of more localized procurements that they do. They do procurement right across the country.
So does that procurement reach into other countries?
If you're asking about tariffs in US, then I don't know the answer to that specifically. I do know that this particular sports arena supply program deals with a local supplier and the products that they have are made in Canada, I'm not sure the ownership of the parent companies, but they are made in Canada.
What I'm getting at is there any companies on that list that are foreign-owned?
I'm sure there are.
All right,
But we have another motion of council saying that we should, where possible, buy Canadian products from Canadian suppliers. So that would.
so that would
That
override?
would override any procurement that we do.
All right, well, I'm fully, I like to buy within East Hanson. If I can't buy within East Hanson, I like to buy within Nova Scotia. And if I can't buy within Nova Scotia, I like to buy in the Maritime provinces and then outreach it from there. Those are my only concerns with regard to that. And if we can be protected by the previous motion, that if any foreign countries that are on a procurement list of standing offers, then, and our previous policy, or previous motion will deal with it, I'd be happy. But I would like to buy as close to home as we can. Support, to me, when we buy within East Hants, we're supporting the businesses that support us, that pay taxes. And if we can't do that, at least Nova Scotia and so on. So that, I firmly believe that, and I've always believed that.
Thank you, Councillor. Next to speak is Councillor Dixon.
Thank you. Through the chair, just an update with Enfield Fire is buying a new truck. They're using the canoe program and they're saving thousands of dollars. So it is a good program to get in. It's a good program to save money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak is Councillor Perry.
Nope, I agree. I will support the motion wholeheartedly because I believe the CAO should have the ability to go out and use whatever standing offers are there. And I believe it should also be which standing offers are best for the taxpayer of East Hants. I agree buying locally is great and doing this, but, we shouldn't be paying 4 times the cost just because it comes from here. We should always make sure that every dollar we spend is geared towards the taxpayer and getting them the best value for their dollar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the motion. We'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously. Okay, next item on the agenda, council remuneration and travel reimbursement policy, cost of living updates with Wade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this agenda item is about the council remuneration and travel reimbursements policy. It's not actually with regard to the annual cost of living increase. Should have removed that from the title of the agenda item. This is actually about a new section that we're proposing being added to this policy, and it's on this page here, which is 5 of 7. And it's this new section on training and development. As you can see, it's saying councilors can request training that is relevant to the role through the CAO's office where sufficient budget exists. The CAO may approve the training opportunity. Travel will be paid in accordance with this policy. The CAO may refer the approval to council if they deem it necessary. So the background to this new section that's being proposed for this policy is essentially, I understand that the current practice for council members is to come to council normally during business from council members at the regular council meeting and to request training, and council approves it or doesn't approve it. Often, though, I understand that can be, one, it's a little bit onerous from a process perspective, but it can be not a timely and efficient way to take advantage of a course that might be coming up in the short term. So as I understand, in the past, at some point, the CAO has had this discussion with yourselves about this issue, and there was some positive feedback about proceeding in this method to make a change somewhere within one of our policies to allow this type of a process going forward, which would be more timely for council members. So there was a search through the relevant policies to see where it might fit best. And this is where it was thought that it would fit best in this council remuneration and travel policy. So as you can see, the report that you have in the file is recommending this motion here. And that's really all I have to say on that, Madam Chair. If there's any questions.
Okay, thank you. First to speak is Councillor Perry.
Thank you. I think this is a good initiative and a good plan, and with the CAO looking over it, it's also a way to keep things clear and straight, because she'll know exactly what's happening, and I trust that anything that is kind of outside the normal lines will come to us for approval. So I'm going to move the Corporate Residential Service Committee recommends that council give notice of intent to approve an amendment to the council remuneration and travel reimbursement policy to reflect a new section dealing with training and development as attached to Executive Committee agenda on April 15th, 2025.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Seeing no one to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the motion is passed unanimously.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, could I speak for another moment?
Certainly.
There was a question earlier today by Councilmember Musa in relation to condominiums and when they're taxed as an individual unit. The CAO had contacted Paul Beasley of PVSC in relation to this, and we do have his response. Can't blow that. Oh, why that's not showing. Oh, okay, I'll just read it. So he's saying that the bare land condo lots become taxable on their own for the roll year immediately following the creation of the lot by the land registry, i.e., it becomes taxable in the tax year following the assigning of a PID or AAN by the land registry. So if it was created in November of, say, 24, they would then put it on their roll for this fiscal year here. So I think that answers the question that was raised. Okay?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, seeing no other business, the Corporate and Residential Services Committee is adjourned.
Where's the agenda?
Here you have mine.
I'll call to order the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Committee. Order of business approval of minutes of March 18, 2025. Is there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I approve them as read. Next order of business, would Atlanta and Joe, you be taking this Tourism Grants 2025? And who'll be speaking first? All righty, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this report outlines the funding recommendations as part of the 2025 Tourism Grant program. So council's probably fairly familiar with this program. We have a February 28th deadline, so we did receive 2 applications this year by that deadline. They have been reviewed by our staff grant review committee and are found to be eligible under the policy. So the approved tourism grant budget is $40,000 for 25-26, and the total amount that's been requested by the 2 groups is $15,250, and from the staff grant review committee, we are recommending the amount of $15,250. Before I get into the recommendation, I'll go just a little bit into the background. So this program does provide single-year financial support to not-for-profit community-based organizations that operate tourism attractions or facilities in East Hants. It's pretty straightforward. We have 2 applications this year. We've put it into a table that outlines the applicant. We give a description of their project or program. Then the 3rd column shows the requested funding. And then the 4th column, that gives us an indication that they've actually requested external funding. And per the policy, should the funds requested be approved by council, they're really only given out once we've received confirmation that all of the external funding has been approved, and that's how we've done this project year over year. If for whatever reason the projects aren't able to move forward because their external funding hasn't been approved, then the applicants could work with staff and then come back to council for a change in scope of their application. So again, looking at the table, we have 2 applicants. We have East Hants Historical Society. They're requesting $11,200. They do have an external funding application in through Canada Summer Jobs for $10,000. And under their program description, you'll see that it speaks to staffing at the Lower Selma Museum, as well as some painting of floors or maintenance at the museum. They're also looking to add a small community library, and then as well cover the cost of an open house that gives a historical skills display, and then some flags to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion. The second applicant is the Walton Area Development Association, who operates the Walton Lighthouse on our behalf. And their program description, or their project description, is really the covering of the funds for a 9-week summer student at the Walton Lighthouse, and they are requesting $4,050. They also have a federal Canada Summer Jobs application in there for additional funds to cover off on that staffing. We did want to provide an update on the 2024 tourism grant groups, because there were 3 other organizations that did apply and received funds. So those other 3 are listed there. We've got Gore Trails, Maitland and District Development Association, and the Chart Society. And the last 2 specifically have, been part of this grant funding stream in the past. Gore Trails hadn't yet completed all of their proposed work for the 2024 application. They do actually expect project completion this year and then the subsequent reporting for that. The Chart Society, this one's a little more complex. They have had a significant change in leadership. They were able to complete 4 components of their previous application, and within that there was 3 events that they did for the community, as well as they purchased a fridge that they used to sort of store drinks and things like that for their different events. They did work closely with Joe, the community development coordinator, to really work through all of the final reporting, and they did actually return the balance of their unused funds. So last year, I believe they received around $14,000, and they did actually return $8,253. They have since submitted their final reporting for that, and they're really going to try to focus on smaller projects that they have some external funding from now. And they do anticipate putting forward an application in 2026, and they'll continue to work with Joe on strategic planning and things like that for that group. The other group that has utilized this program a fair number of times in the past is the Maitland and District Development Association, or as shortened MDDA. They operate Gallery 215 as well as Beyond the Wharf in Dawson Dowell Park, and we've worked closely with them to understand where they're at. They are not submitting an application for this year. The group isn't planning on opening Gallery 215 in the same manner as they have in the past, but we understand through conversation with the group that they do intend to open it for meetings, perhaps for a singular gallery event for a particular artist. They are going to operate the Beyond the Wharf shop that's located in Dawson Dowell. And they're another group that really wants to look at the strategic direction of their organization, work closely with Joe to make some plans and really be able to deliver on some of the things that they would like to do. And they do still have some reporting that is required from previous years. So again, we just wanted to bring that up because, again, a couple of those organizations are ones that council would be quite familiar with. The next part of the report gets into the strategic alignment, and it does really tie into that strong community. It also aligns with our tourism strategy, where we look to aim to enhance East Hants tourism industry and attract visitors and keep visitors in our region. The alternative to funding this is that council could actually fund alternative amounts, but I will go back up to the recommendation. As listed on the screen, we do recommend that council approve the funding recommendations as outlined, and then we have the recommended motion there listed with the amounts. And then also note that funds wouldn't be approved or released until external funding sources were also confirmed by the groups. So certainly happy to answer any questions.
All right, you've heard the report, and first up to speak is Councillor Michael Parrott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. What is the type of funding recognition that they provide for these such grants? Because under our policy now, you must show that East Hants has provided funding and recognize the contribution of the municipality. So I'm wondering, under these type of grants, what type of items are done to promote that we have supported these groups?
Thank you. Through the chair, we have a formal policy, and in the letter where we award the grant, we actually tell them that they have to meet that recognition, and a lot of them choose different ways to do it. Consistently, the Historical Society puts us on their webpage. They've been offered a sign that we'll probably deliver shortly for them. We have printed new plaques that are suitable for indoor display, which is more suitable for those groups. We get a lot of social media recognition as well. So there's a chart that they can follow as long as they do some of those things every year. Then we follow up with them if they want to do something outside the scope. But that grant program is the same as all, where they get a list of recommendations, and then we follow up and make sure.
Yeah, I figured it was happening. It's just, that's one of the things I believe historically as municipality we've been very bad at, is ensuring that our contributions do get recognized in the community, because a lot of communities go, well, what are they doing for us? Well, you know, here's a sign. So I appreciate that. I'll move the Parks, Recreation, Culture Committee recommends to council that the tourism grant funding recommendations totaling $15,250 be approved for the following organizations: East Hants Historical Society, $11,200. Walton Area Development Association, $4,050. And the staff release approved funds as confirmation of external funding sources for proposed projects and operations are received from each group.
Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Seeing no one left to speak, we'll go to the vote. And the vote is in, and it's passed unanimously. That concluding all business for Parks, Recreation, and Culture, correct? I will call this meeting adjourned and return to Infrastructure and Operations with Councillor Michael Perry.
We have to go to, we have to have a motion to go in camera first. All right. We'll call to order the Infrastructure and Operations Committee. Approval of the minutes of March 18th, 2025. Seeing no comments, approved. Our first item is an in-camera contractual issue, So I'll be looking for a motion to move in camera. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? We'll wait as we.
That's not that number was not there.
You're back online.
All right, I'd like to report, we met in camera to speak about a contractual issue, and from that, we have a motion coming forward, and I will turn it over to Councillor Hebb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Infrastructure and Operations Committee recommend to Council to authorize the CAO to negotiate final terms of the curbside collection services contract with Circular Materials as part of the Nova Scotia Extended Producer Responsibility for Packaging, printed paper and packaging-like products, EPR or PPP regulations.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no further discussion, we'll go to the vote. And the motion has passed unanimously. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of Infrastructure and Operations Committee. I'll be looking for a motion to adjourn. And we will be moving into a council meeting for policy and
The first item of business is the Corporate and Residential Services report. I'll turn it over to you, Councillor Garden Cole.
Thank you. Can that come up? I wonder? It isn't, not with my eyes. Okay. The committee held its regular meeting on April 15, 2025, and the following motions coming forward as a result of that meeting. Number one, council remuneration and travel reimbursement policy. The council remuneration and travel reimbursement policy was updated to include a section to address training and development for council members to expedite approval of training requests, whereby council delegates the authority to the CAO. The Corporate and Residential Services Committee recommends that council give notice of intent to approve an amendment to the council remuneration and travel reimbursement policy to reflect a new section dealing with training and development, as attached to the Executive Committee agenda on April 15, 2025. As chair of the committee, I so move.
Seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Are we missing someone? Yeah, the motion is passed unanimously. Back to you, Councillor Garden Cole.
That's it.
Okay. So that concludes the corporate and residential services report. We will now go to the temporary borrowing resolution, refinancing the debenture, and I will turn that over to Mr. Tatry.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So this agenda item is in relation to temporary borrowing resolutions that are required for the municipality to be able to borrow in the upcoming spring debenture issuance by the province. There's two debentures that we would like to have approved for borrowing this coming spring. One has to do with a balloon payment on an existing debenture. It's coming up, maturing in June of 2025. And it had mixed purposes at that time when it was originally issued, and relating to the Sportsplex and some capital projects. The amount that we would like to renew in a debenture is $1.599.611 million. And there's another item that we would like to issue a debenture for, and if you recall, there was a capital project here that was finished some time ago, and we finally had the final invoices from the province relating to the road gap project that was done here a while ago. And we finished up and get all the finances straightened away that last fall. And we've contacted all the respective residents that would be impacted by this project. And we now have a final number of what we need to finance over a 10-year period. That's just slightly over $150,000. So those are the two debentures we'd like to get renewed in the spring debenture process. And the motions are here in the report. And those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Wade. So we have two motions related to the TDR. Is someone prepared to move the first motion? Councillor Garden Cole.
Move that council approve the temporary borrowing resolution and the resolution for pre-approval for refinancing of debenture 30A1 in the amount of $1,599,611, and that the average interest rate of the debentures not exceed the rate of 6.5% and for a term not to exceed 5 years.
Seconded by Councillor Musa. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously. Is someone prepared to move the second motion? Councillor Garden Cole?
Yep. Move that council approve the temporary borrowing resolution and the resolution for pre-approval for financing of loans to residents who choose the 10-year option related to the road gap project in the amount of $150,439, and that the average interest rate of the debentures not exceed the rate of 6.5% and for a term not to exceed 10 years.
Seconded by Councillor Dixon. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Motion is passed unanimously. Next on our agenda, we have two in-camera items dealing with land issues. So I would be looking for a motion to go in camera.
Moved. Second.
Moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by
I gotta get those cards.
Councillor Mitchell. All those in favor? Contrary? Motion is carried. We'll give staff time to move it.
She ever feels weird us just staring at her.
All right, I would report that we met in camera to discuss two land issues, and which direction was given to staff. There are no motions coming forward out of that, those in-camera discussions, and seeing nothing else on the agenda, I would declare this meeting adjourned.